Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. I grew up in a scattered settlement that most outsiders would simply call a village, though to me it was everything, my entire world hemmed in by fields, distant mountains, and an ocean of whispering trees. From some vantage points the mountains looked like great sleeping animals, lumpy silhouettes that cut the sky into ragged slabs of dawn light every morning and pools of violet shadow every evening. In summer those peaks seemed almost friendly, their slopes softened by green haze. In winter they became solemn and forbidding, girded in snow, and the forests ringing them turned black and bristly under the cold moon. My name is Gage, and ever since I could crawl I've been drawn to the forest the way bees are drawn to clover. The elders said the woods were full of silent watchers, spirits that owned every crooked root and every moss-slick boulder, and their warnings held weight. Because we children grew up listening to stories of neighbors who wandered too far and came back hollow-eyed, or never came back at all. But curiosity is its own kind of hunger, and mine gnawed at me every day. After morning chores I would steal away and follow deer trails until the trunks crowded so thickly together that day itself felt thin between them. Sometimes I brought back odd treasures, a stone the color of bruised peaches, a feather striped like twilight, once even an abandoned weasel den stuffed wall to wall with downy grasses and little bones as delicate as icicles. Each offering felt like a secret handshake with the unknown. The elders shook their heads at my trophies but rarely scolded. They remembered their own wild years, and they knew that warnings, like fences, can delay but rarely halt a determined traveler. Still, they repeated the strictest command at every harvest ceremony. When the moon is high and the sky is bright with stars, the forest belongs to other things. That was when the real stories came pouring out, stories of pale figures gliding between trunks, of beasts that wore the faces of lost loved ones, of a place deeper than any well where your own shadow could swallow you whole. At such times even I stayed home, helping my grandmother grind maize for next morning's porridge while dusk crept past the windows like a dark animal sniffing for cracks. Grandmother Mara had a thin, musical voice and hands that always smelled faintly of sage and wood smoke. She lived in the back portion of our thatched house, where polished stones the size of fists outlined a small hearth. I loved listening to her recount the older legends, but there was one tale she told only twice, and then only when a strong wind rattled the shutters as if eager to eavesdrop. She called it the turning psalm. According to her, if you heard a low, tuneless whistle drifting through the night forest, you must not follow it. You must stop your ears with cloth, blot out the sound with humming, do anything but chase it, because that whistle was the voice of a walker between skins, a being that could slip in and out of shapes the way water slips between your fingers. It devoured those who obeyed its summons, she said, or wore their faces for its own amusement. No one argued when she spoke. Something about her tone suggested she was not passing along an old wives' caution but repeating what her own eyes had seen. I kept the story folded away in the private notebooks of my mind, yet I would be lying to say it cured my restlessness. The forest remained my compass. By 16 I had mapped every stream, every glade drenched with starflowers, every silent grove where fog sat like a white blanket at dawn. By 17 I could make a friction fire under rain-wet branches and track a 3-day-old deer print across leaf-littered slopes. By 19 I knew intimate distances. The stretch of land from the bee-blossomed orchard to the granite ridge took exactly a quarter of a morning, and the blue tarn that winked between cedars was another 1,000 heartbeats beyond. I came to feel I belonged among the trees as surely as I belonged inside our village palisade. But desire is a river with many tributaries. It rushes in directions the mind does not plan. One winter, not long after my 21st birthday, I stood in the cold square at the village's center, hauling buckets of fresh snow melt from the public well, and I watched the mountains glimmer behind the roofs. The air seethed with fine powder spiraling down. The forest looked as if it had grown an extra bark of frost. Something inside me stirred. I decided that I would visit my favorite overlook, the high knuckle of land where two ridges converged, where one could see the forest circling the slopes like a green and white sea. I had lingered there in daylight countless times, but never at night, never under a full moon so enormous it turned snowfields to quicksilver. I told no one. After the evening meal I waited until house lamps winked out one by one. Then, while my parents banked the hearth and my grandmother muttered a soft blessing on the embers, I laced my boots, slipped on a leather coat, and padded across the quiet yard. Moonlight draped the forest in ribbons of steel blue. Snow squeaked beneath my soles, crisp and brittle, but otherwise the night lay muffled. Somewhere an owl whispered. A dusting of powder sifted from pine boughs whenever a faint wind nudged them, the flakes glittering like sifted sugar against the black. I breathed deep, tasting cold resin. Perhaps because every tree trunk glimmered silver, the forest felt even larger than usual, an unroofed cathedral whose pillars marched far beyond mortal sight. I followed my familiar path, along the frozen brook where water murmured under a crust of ice, past the curious boulder shaped like a sleeping dog, between two massive hemlocks whose roots twisted like buried serpents. Around me shadows slid like pregnant clouds. Several times I halted, certain I heard a hush of movement that was not wind. Each time only the vast stillness greeted me. The hush could easily have been a fox bedding down or a hare kicking through drift crust. Yet the longer I walked, the more I sensed the hush was neither animal nor weather but attention, an intangible focus trailing me like breath. I pressed on. The path grew steeper. The high overlook beckoned with its promise of unbroken view. My pulse fluttered fast with anticipation, but also, somewhere deeper, with an uneasiness that pinned itself on nothing tangible. I told myself this was only the thrill of trespass, of disobeying the clan's unspoken curfew. The elders oversold the dangers, I reasoned. They wanted to protect children. They exaggerated to keep us safe. Still, as I topped the ridge and stared across miles of bright snow ribboned by moonlight, my breath caught, and the hairs on my forearms prickled inside the sleeves. From somewhere ahead floated a sound, soft at first, almost lost inside the murmuring pulse of wind flowing through pine needles. A whistle, airy but low, as if blown through a bone flute. It rose and fell in halting breaths, not quite a melody yet too purposeful to be random. The minute it reached my ears, the forest hushed in reply. No owl hooted, no branch popped. Even the wind seemed to crouch, listening. Grandmother's words returned like an icy hand pressed against my back. If you hear the turning song, do not follow. I should have turned. I should have stepped off that ridge, retraced my prints, and galloped back toward home. Instead, I stood transfixed. The whistle carried something mournful in its notes, a sadness so intense it tugged at my own heartstrings. I pictured a wounded traveler seeking aid, someone lost and star-cold, and the moral fiber my parents had woven into me urged compassion. The whistle glided again nearer. Liquid moonlight pooled across the slope, and then a shape detached from the trees below. It did not move like any creature I knew. It glided, arms swinging lightly, head cocked as if sniffing. One moment it appeared quadrupedal, a lank silhouette with a back like a prowling wolf, and the next it rose upright, stretching into a narrow giant perhaps 8 feet tall, shoulders bunched forward, neck elongated strangely. The skin, or hide, clung too tightly to its frame, ridges of rib bone visible like slats beneath tan parchment. Where its face should be, shadows pooled. I glimpsed no fur except maybe a suggestion at the nape. Mostly I saw sinew and rope and muscle beneath bloodless skin. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, yet my legs anchored in snow. The figure halted 10 paces downhill, moonlight shearing across its chest, and then it opened what might have been a mouth. Rows of teeth like broken icicles glittered. When it smiled, if that stretched grimace was a smile, its cheeks pulled back too far, almost to non-existent ears. A scent rode the air, faint at first, copper, damp bark, and something older, like grave soil turned after a hard rain. "Who walks beneath my boughs?" The voice rasped as though dragged across dry leaves. It vibrated inside my skull rather than pierced my ears. I tasted metal on my tongue. The creature's whistle resumed mid-sentence, woven through its words, like a crowd of sad flutes playing inside a cavern. I could not speak. My chest locked. My lips parted, but no sound emerged. Everything I had ever believed real or unreal pivoted on the hinge of that moonlit clearing. Then the creature inhaled a long-drawn breath, and cocked its head farther, evaluating me the way a butcher might evaluate a goat. "You smell of dream and dusk," it crooned. "Brave child, but bravery fades in Marrow's shadow." Its hand, I must call it hand though the digits were too elongated for fingers, lifted. Claws hooked like splinters moonlit against the dark. In that instant I felt my bones might leap from my flesh. I pictured its claws puncturing my ribs, prying them open as casually as one splits pupae. Yet bizarrely, mingled with horror, a thread of awe coiled inside my chest. This was myth made flesh, legend striding from grandmother's hearth tales. Part of me thrilled that the world still held mysteries this vast, that not even elders knew all truths hidden beneath the canopy. That flicker of wonder nearly cost me my life. The creature lunged, impossibly swift. Snow exploded beneath its feet. Instinct ripped me backward, but boots slipped on crusted ice, and I sprawled, elbows biting powder. The creature's shadow swallowed the moon. In blind panic my hand groped the ground, clenched around something solid and rough, a stone big as a goose egg, chilled stiff. I swung upward as the thing's breath rasped inches from my face. Crack. Stone met bone. A wet shatter sounded, half like teeth splitting wood, half like antlers struck against granite. Black fluid spattered across my wrist, thick as sap. The creature screeched, an animal sound warped by human cadence, and recoiled. Snow stilled the echo almost immediately, but deep within the forest shadows shivered. It staggered backward, clawing at its broken snout. Moonlight spilled over its ribs where membranes fluttered like pale sails. In that glimmer I saw its eyes, twin pits of ember red, glowing faintly as though stoked by internal coals. The lines of its body shimmered, fluid, and for a breath it seemed to collapse inward and regrow. When it looked up again, the grin had returned, but the teeth sat jagged, misaligned. "Pain," it whispered, dragging one word out until it dissolved into breath. "I will teach you its depths." It lunged again, but a second shape burst onto the slope. My grandmother, gray braid flying, heavy iron fire poker raised like a spear. How she found me I will never understand. Perhaps she woke and sensed my absence. Perhaps her long-ago memory of this very creature anchored her. But there she was, sprinting across snow like a woman half her age. Her mouth opened and she bellowed a word I had never heard, a syllable that felt curved with power. The creature's head snapped toward her. Its grin faltered. Grandmother planted herself between us and struck the ground twice with the poker. Each impact bloomed a faint ring of light across crystalline snow. "This place remembers my oath," she hissed at the creature, voice ironclad. "Begone." For a heartbeat the standoff froze. Ancient woman braced, thing of shadow crouched. Then the creature ducked low, retreating 3 steps. Its form blurred, bones folding smaller, hide plugging gaps. Where thick thigh had stood grew sinewy haunch, where forearm had hung sprouted jointed limb. In seconds the monster shrank into the shape of a great slinking wolf, pelt black as spilled ink. Only the ember eyes remained unchanged. It turned, bounded once, twice, and melted into the gloom beneath cedar boughs. Snow closed behind like lips. Silence. My pulse hammered like hooves. Grandmother exhaled, shoulders slumping. She helped me rise, hands surprisingly steady. Closed now, I saw the whites of her eyes spark with tears she would never let fall. She hauled me into her arms despite my height, and despite the fire poker still clutched in one mittened hand. We limped home. She spoke little, except to mutter half-prayers in a language older than the village. Back inside, she packed my split knuckles with herb salve that smelled of mustard and pine pitch. Though dawn hovered only hours away, she brewed bitter tea thickened with honey and insisted I drink it all. At breakfast, grandmother told my parents what she would, just enough to satisfy their worry. In private, While they tended chores, she sat me at the hearth and revealed fragments of her past. When she was a girl, she too had followed the turning song. She too had glimpsed the walker changing shape. She learned thereafter certain words that bind shadows, certain herbs that burn like coals in a creature's sinuses, certain moon phases when the veil waxes thin. That poker, a simple iron rod blackened by years of ash, was etched unseen with charred sigils. She had hoped never to wield it again. 2 days later, Mother announced we would winter with distant cousins across the valley. Father insisted his tools, livestock, and lumber work would keep him behind, but when Grandmother laid a wrinkled hand upon his wrist, he swallowed protest. By week's end we loaded wagons, turned shutters tight, and rode out beneath a dull sky. From the back bench I looked toward the forest one last time. Among the outermost trunks, half-masked by swirling snow, a figure stood. Black pelt, too tall for any wolf, mouth curved in an impossible smile. One arm, no, one foreleg, lifted in what might have been farewell, or warning. I have not returned to that village since. Some nights the whistle threads through my dreams, pulling me halfway awake. On moonlit walks in cities far removed from pines, sometimes a cold draft carries faint spruce scent and I freeze, expecting crimson eyes to bloom at the alley's end. Yet the forest still calls me, soft as ever, and a part of me, the part that gathered feathers and stones with reverence, hopes the world preserves its secrets. I will never again ignore the elders' wisdom, nor will I relinquish the wonder that flows beneath fear. Both are roots from the same tree, and both remind me that beyond fences and lamplight, the earth still clothes itself in mysteries tall as mountains and dark as winter woods. I was born and raised in a pocket-sized farming village in eastern Ontario, the sort of place you sail through in a blink if you're headed anywhere in a hurry. Our main street is little more than a lopsided row of clapboard houses, a generational hardware store, a diner with a flickering neon fork on the window, and a co-op feed outlet where tractors still idle in the parking lot on Saturday mornings. The schoolhouse functions as a polling station, a grade school gym, a makeshift wedding hall, and, on especially cold winters when the river ice turns slushy before Christmas, an indoor skating rink. It's a broad, flat landscape, a patchwork of cornfields, alfalfa, and hay that rolls out into wool-colored bush and then, beyond the concession roads, into deep crown land where cedar and spruce box in the world like walls. That forest, in one form or another, has been the backdrop to every day of my 21 years. The inhabitants of our village aren't many, maybe 500 in summer, fewer once the cold drives the seasonal connors and hunters back to their suburban worlds. But what we lack in size we make up for in stories. Old barns lean at crazy angles beside granite piles that were cleared from fields a century ago, and each wooden beam seems to store a memory. Soldiers from the War of 1812 camping under maple groves, bootleggers racing Model Ts past night watchmen during Prohibition, coureurs de bois portaging birch-bark canoes over beaver dams. The stories trickle down through laughter at community suppers and through warnings muttered over coffee when the wind sifts dry leaves against porch railings. Some tales, especially those about what wanders in the bush after sunset, are spoken more carefully than others. My grandparents, both of Algonquin descent, lived on a 100-acre homestead just west of the village proper. Grandfather Dan, broad-shouldered and leathery from decades of haying, stood at a hair over 6 feet, and his voice boomed even when he meant to whisper. Yet when he spoke of certain things, spirits, names that didn't belong on human tongues, he dropped his tone until it seemed to vibrate in the marrow of your bones. Grandmother Leona, gentler but no less firm, tended a garden dense with strawberries, sage, and medicinal flowers whose names I could neither spell nor pronounce. Between them they raised 6 children and half a dozen milk cows, mended fences so often they could tie square knots blindfolded, and taught their grandchildren to show respect to everything that breathed or rooted in the soil. They both harbored a sacred distrust of specific words. Skinwalker and Wendigo were near the top of that forbidden list. The reasons were never spelled out in detail. You simply learned that naming a thing called it closer. Better to speak broadly. Bad spirit, walker, that other thing, than to sling a name that might stir from slumber whatever lay behind it. When I was little, grandmother used to reach out and gently pinch my lips shut if I started asking the wrong sorts of questions while we shelled beans on the porch. Grandfather took a different tack. He filled the silence with stories, careful never to cross certain lines. Those stories, and grandfather's methods, formed the scaffolding of my childhood evenings. Most nights, once the barn cats trotted out for their nocturnal patrols, he would brew a tin cup of scald-hot tea sweetened with maple sap, shamble across the dust of the yard, and plant himself in the sagging lawn chair that faced grandmother's garden. He wore suspenders that creaked whenever he breathed, and he smoked export cigarettes until the filter stained nut brown. A .22 rifle rested across his knees, its walnut stock polished shiny by decades of use. A cloud of smoke, equal parts tobacco and damp cedar kindling, hovered above the smoldering garden bonfire he liked to tend at dusk. Into those embers he dropped handfuls of dried sage and pinches of tobacco leaf unwound from his cigarette butts. The smoke billowed medicine-sweet and thick enough to make my eyes water. He declared that little ritual kept skunks from raiding the tomatoes and, if the talk drifted darker, that it also stretched a thin fence between our world and everything skulking just beyond. From the moment I could follow instructions well enough not to singe my eyebrows, he taught me the rhythm of that twilight vigil. He'd pass me the .22 and line up pine cones on fence posts for target practice. In between quiet plinks of lead and the sharper cracks when he called a thieving squirrel, he spun yarns about the old stories Grandpa's own mother had passed to him in the same smoke-hazed hush. He never once said certain names, but I knew exactly which entities he meant. And one bit of knowledge he drilled so deep inside me it became muscle memory. Never whistle at night, never let your scent drift too willingly into the pines, and never, never, utter a walker's name. Grandfather died 10 Novembers back. I was 11. Losing him felt like someone had braced the door open between this world and the next. Suddenly there was no tobacco smoke to sweeten the dark, no deeper voice to outshout the hush that collects at the edge of firelight. Grandmother still burned her sage and tobacco, but her whispers lacked the bass rumble that had made me feel armored against unseen things. If I'm honest, I let his teachings slide into the background by the time adolescence arrived with its own wave of temptations. By 14 I joined the Universal Teenage Rebellion Club. My best friend Ainsley, A for short, was my co-conspirator. She lived in the nearby city, but because her parents both worked night shifts at the regional hospital, my house became the official headquarters for unsupervised weekend escapades. I was a gymnast turned chain smoker, equal parts daredevil and confidant. With her honey blonde braid and her laugh that snapped like pine on a campfire, she exuded a recklessness I found electric. She'd bus out on Friday afternoons, hefting a duffel loaded with second-hand hoodies and contraband cheap vodka decanted into water bottles. We would spend evenings ripping down concession roads on my grandfather's battered Honda four-wheeler, hiding boxes of stolen cigarettes beneath rotting stumps, and trying to outgulp each other's swigs of peach schnapps. When the moon climbed, we'd squeeze the throttle and vanish down deer paths toward our favorite hideaway, a narrow alder-lined track that snaked into a hardwood backlet before dipping across a ribbon of creek. That trail, maybe 3 kilometers tip to tail, wasn't on any map. Years earlier a logging company had punched it through for skidders, then abandoned it once the mature pine stands thinned. Hardly anyone else used the route except a few bow hunters come autumn. All summer it was ours alone. The creek in the middle widened just enough to create a natural rest stop. Elderberries and chokecherries arched overhead, and a rotted picnic table, relic of someone's abandoned deer camp, crouched on the far bank. From that vantage point we could kill cigarettes unnoticed, polish off the last of whatever juice we'd mixed, and throw pebbles at the ripples until guilt sent us wobbling home to shower off smoke before facing my parents. We logged 2 full summers of that routine without any hitch bigger than a flat tire. Which is why, on the bright June afternoon when this story truly begins, we barely hesitated before packing for another jaunt. School had let out a week earlier, the sun blasted down with that thick radiance only early Canadian summer knows, and the humidity floated jasmine heavy off uncut hayfields. Around 4 p.m. we spread our stash on the picnic table behind my parents' house, 3 26ers of peach schnapps, 2 Capri Sun packets rinsed and refilled with Fireball whiskey, a Ziploc stuffed with 13 smokes pilfered from an older cousin's carton, and a pouch of cherry rolling tobacco for good measure. The addition of loose tobacco was A's idea. She swore each roll your own felt like smoking a milkshake of maraschino cherries. I mocked her but secretly looked forward to tasting it. We loaded everything into the ATV's cargo rack, bungeed the bottles tight, and sparked 1 Capri for courage. Between swigs, conversation drifted, naturally, because teenagers, toward horror podcasts and cryptid threads we binged the night before. I remember it giggling, exhaling a whirl of cinnamon-sweet smoke, and quoting some forum comment about skinwalkers and wendigos, living rent-free in the minds of bored Canadians. I rolled my eyes and parroted, right out loud, "Skinwalker, wendigo, big bad beastie, come eat my soul." We both howled laughing, banging fists on the handlebars, until I noticed a muscle twitch beneath my rib cage, an old reflex flinching at the forbidden words. I shrugged it off. Superstition, I thought, couldn't stand up to schnapps. By 5 we were roaring down the field lane. The Honda's engine whined at a steady 50 kilometers per hour, and green wheat blurred on either side like soft focus waves. We hit the mouth of the Skidder Trail moments later, and the instant my tires touched that churned dirt, something in the air clanged off-key. It was as though we'd crossed an invisible threshold separating orchard heat from something older, cooler, and decidedly less welcoming. The forest swallowed engine noise, swallowing birdsong too. Only the dull buzz of horseflies remained, yet even that faded each time we passed beneath a cedar archway thick with shade. 20 meters in, a pocket of cold air slithered around my ankles. I'd felt that microclimate before, dense cedar stands exhale refrigerated damp all summer, but tonight the chill curled upward, worming through my sternum like a cold hand squeezing my heart. My stomach cramped. Maybe it was the whiskey. Maybe it was borrowed fear from grandfather's stories. Either way, dread coiled tighter with every meter. After half a minute of silence, A tapped my shoulder hard enough that the ATV wobbled. I cut the throttle. Even above the engine rumble I heard her hiss. "Something is wrong!" The dread inside me unspooled into outright terror because I'd been thinking those exact words. A's voice trembled, not with theatrical bravado but with genuine raw panic, the timbre a person uses when a black bear steps out from behind the outhouse at a provincial campground. Rational thought tried to surface. Coyote, maybe? Another hunter? But logic drowned under the swell of instinct screaming, "Don't stop. Don't look. Just ride." Yet we had to slow eventually. The track's narrow ruts snaked between young saplings. One misjudged turn could pitch us over handlebars. So I picked up speed without reckless abandon, aiming to reach the creek crossing where we could spin around. That's when we both saw the trees. About a kilometer ahead, crowns of 30-foot pines, ancient but healthy, no deadfall, shuddered left to right in sequence, as though an invisible fist were pushing them. 1, 2, 3, 5 of them bowed, then snapped upright, while the rest of the canopy stayed utterly still. No wind. No bird scatter. Just deliberate motion tracking across the trail mouth like a finger following text. Whatever forced those trees aside was heavy. Trunks grown deep enough we felt the vibration thrumming the ground through the ATV's tires. I wanted to reverse, but the path behind us felt just as claustrophobic as the nightmare ahead. If we pivoted now, the machine would need a 3-point turn, and I had no wish to stall under that shifting roof. I choked the throttle instead, accelerating toward the only clearing I knew, a flattening ahead where the track widened around the creek. My arms locked. I braced boots against fender wells, fingernails drilling my bicep. Then came smell. Oh God, the smell. Think roadkill left a fortnight in July sun, muskrat musk, rotten eggs, and wet pennies. The stench slammed us like a wave. I gagged into my helmet visor, a spit over my shoulder. Grandfather's caution bells pounded my skull. He described that scent once, a smell that, he claimed, announced when bad things wearing borrowed hides brushed near the living. We cleared the bend and spotted the creek turnout, our eventual pivot point, maybe 30 meters off. Every instinct demanded we abandon booze, cigarettes, everything in hammer full throttle, but at the last second I spotted a marginally safer strategy. A logging runaround, where vehicles once hauled slashed piles aside. The runaround curved left, dipping into coarse gravel wide enough for a U-turn. I yanked handlebars and slewed sideways, gravel spitting. We fishtailed but stayed upright. As momentum slid us backward onto the return lane, a blood-curdling scream pealed through the gloom. I had heard fox shrieks at midnight, lynx yells and rut, and the throat-saw rasp of a cougar fussing over a fresh kill. But this sound wove all those agonies into one note of sheer hate. It started high like a whistle, dropped into bass registering somewhere below human hearing, then soared again, ending in what I swear was a cackling laugh. The woods answered with silence so absolute my eardrums felt vacuum-sealed. 3 more screams ripped from 3 different directions, overlapping like a call-and-response war cry. Branches shattered beyond the tree line. Something huge crashed through underbrush. I tried to speak. Her mouth opened. No sound emerged. I twisted the throttle full, and we shot toward daylight. It wasn't until we burst out of the trail mouth onto the concession road, sun still bright across hayfields, that I realized I had been holding my breath for who knows how long. My lungs seized, then gulped air that tasted like freedom. I skidded to a halt in the middle of the gravel road. Out here birds chirped again. A red-winged blackbird perched on a cedar post and gurgled as though nothing amiss lurked 30 meters away. We killed the engine. Helmet foam stuck to sweaty hair. I pulled off her goggles, eyes wide. Neither of us spoke for 15 seconds. Then from the trail behind came one final shriek, fainter, mingled with a thunderous crack, wood splitting. A thud followed, as if a massive trunk toppled. I inched the ATV forward enough to peer round a cluster of dogwood. A pine, at least 4 feet thick at the base, lay sprawled across the skidder track maybe 200 meters past the bend, its roots upended like a torn octopus. Sap still oozed, meaning that tree had not died earlier and gradually fallen. It had been felled right then. Some force had snapped the trunk clean and thrown it. I reversed, turned the ATV south, and kept the throttle steady all the way to my family's driveway. We parked behind the tractor shed, fumbling off helmets with shaking hands. When cigarettes finally touched our lips, smoke tasted of ash and adrenaline. A year passed before I could talk about that day aloud. Even with the conversation felt sin-like. We rehearsed theories. A black bear gone berserk? Maybe multiple? But bears do not mimic fox lynx cougar screams. They do not fell live pines faster than chainsaws. Mountain lions? Again, wrong vocal range, wrong scale of destruction. Could it have been a prank? Some older kids with logging equipment? The smell alone banished that idea. No teenager conjures rot that rancid on demand. Grandfather's tales bloomed again inside memory. During those fireside sessions he never said, "Skinwalker." But he did mention certain signs. Woodland silence so thick your thoughts echo, tree crowns bowing in relay, decay stench clinging to breath like oil, laughter woven inside screams. If those markers aligned, you were to leave at once. No turning, no challenging. To look directly at such a presence, to speak its proper name, was to invite it to peel your life open, wear it a while. When I remembered how I'd mocked that taboo hours earlier, chanting the names like a dare, guilt pinched deeper than fear. I had behaved as though tradition were nothing but a fairy tale. Yet the bush, that day, answered back. Weeks later, curiosity, or stupidity, prodded us to drive past the Skidder Trail entrance again, though we refused to enter. The pines still lay across the entrance, bark shredded where something, wind, claws, had yanked it horizontal. Chainsaw crews from the county should have cleared such an obstruction, yet there it remained, as though the municipality's plows and graders simply skirted the blocked road out of unspoken agreement. By senior year of high school we drifted toward different social circles. I shipped off to Waterloo for college. I stayed local, fell in love with a boy who farmed soybeans, married him under a tin-roofed pavilion strung with mason jar lanterns. Life, on the surface, settled into predictability. Still, every time I inhaled sage smoke curling from grandmother's hearth, part of me went back to that June afternoon, to the hush that swallowed engine roar and replaced it with a predator's breath. I returned to the Skitter Trail only recently, 5 years after the incident. Curiosity again, yes, but also a need to retrieve the pieces of myself still lodged there like splinters. This time I walked, not rode, carrying nothing stronger than a cell phone and a thermos of tea. Afternoon sun slanted gold, birds blabbered, mosquitoes whined. The toppled pine had been chainsawed eventually. Its trunk lay in bolted segments moss-soft near the ditch. Nothing about the entrance looked evil, just ordinary willow thickets, raspberry canes, and monarchs bobbing above milkweed. But 50 meters in, the air cooled. My pulse kicked. I tasted copper in my mouth. And though I forced myself to reach the creek crossing, the picnic table long since collapsed, its boards silvered and soft, I could not step further. I heard no screams. There was no corpse stench. Still, the hush felt wrong, like when someone in the dark room draws breath to speak. I bowed my head, whispered an apology for names I should never have said, sprinkled a pinch of tobacco on the water the way grandfather once did, and turned back. If you ask what I truly think haunted that trail, I cannot say with scientific certainty. I know only what my nerves recorded, a presence vast as tree trunks, agile as dreams, cruel enough to treat pine like matchsticks. I know the smell of it, the chill of its shadow. I know how quickly the forest can change from companion to corridor of jaws. And I know, now more than ever, that some words carry gravity beyond syllables. Speak them and the world tilts, letting things slide through cracks. So I keep my promise to grandfather. I tend small fires when dusk settles. I feed the flames sage and tobacco, because traditions, like fences of smoke, endure for reasons older than memory. I walk the fields with respectful silence, and when teenagers camp near the river and giggle about creatures of the night, I do not scold. I only suggest they choose their vocabulary carefully. After all, the forest listens. Always. And occasionally, if you insist on calling its darker tenants by name, it will answer. Autumn in the countryside has always felt like a season made just for me. Long before this story took place, when the air first hinted at cool mornings and the leaves still clung to their branches, I would daydream of October afternoons spent wandering tangled paths, scuffling through fallen maple and oak leaves, and listening to the wind sing in poplar crowns. I grew up in a coastal city where autumn lasted only a few blustery weeks before winter blew in, and I always felt cheated by that hurried change. Whenever I visited family in the United States, usually for birthdays or holidays, I used any free hour to soak up the season the way a traveler drinks water at an oasis. I adored the smell of wood smoke spiraling from chimneys, the sight of crows draping telephone wires like black garlands, the way every barn seemed carved from gold at sunset. Almost everything about autumn filled me with quiet joy. There is something healing in how the forest prepares for winter. Leaves crackle down through slanting light, squirrels chatter in oak limbs, and a hush lives under the shadowed branches. I used to imagine the trees breathing, exhaling sap-sweet perfume into the last warm afternoons. When wind blew through birch or beech, rolling waves of color shimmered like fish scales. Even the simplest things, an acorn tumbling off a limb, the warm vanilla smell of decomposing pine needles, distant geese calling overhead, made my heart expand. During one particular visit to relatives, I watched an Instagram reel that pushed all that wanderlust into high gear. A young woman leaped through drifts of scarlet and gold leaves, her laughter muted by an upbeat song playing over the clip. She wore a cinnamon-colored sweater, and the camera panned across an endless carpet of foliage that glowed as though each leaf trapped its own sunrise. The reel lasted only 30 seconds, yet the image hung in my mind for hours. Late that afternoon, I leaned against my aunt's living room window and stared at the Appalachian foothills standing guard beyond town. Their wooded slopes blazed with color. I thought, if I do not explore those woods while I'm here, I will regret it all winter. My relatives rented a vacation cabin for me, a pine-paneled A-frame perched on a gentle hill with nothing but hardwood forest all around. From the front porch, the nearest neighbor's place lay a 20-minute walk downslope, and except for the faint purr of evening traffic far off, the world felt entirely removed from any bustle. At night, the valley filled with the sweet scent of leaf litter and distant wood stoves. Deer snorted at dawn, coyote pups yipped after dark, and a barred owl sang a wavering lullaby until sunup. It was, in every way, the sort of retreat I had always imagined. One Saturday near the end of my stay, I decided the time had come to capture my own leaf leap moment, maybe not for social media, but for the simple thrill of doing it. I stuffed a tote bag with a water bottle, a knit cap, my phone, a pair of noise-canceling headphones, and a packet of spearmint gum. Experience had taught me that a small pocket knife never hurt to bring along, so I added that too. Before stepping onto the porch, I zipped everything secure and tugged on boots stiff with newness. Daylight still felt generous, though the sun was already tipping past the ridgeline, spilling long shadows across autumn's mosaic. I started down a narrow path flanked by dogwood and sassafras saplings whose leaves glowed coral and lemon in the late light. The trail threaded deeper into mixed hardwoods, climbed over a moss-cushioned boulder, and descended again toward a valley floor that looked like some perverse confectioner had carpeted the world in candied bark. Every footstep raised a crunch, lapidary, satisfying, and each shuffle tossed curled foliage into the air. Had anyone seen me, they would have laughed at how often I hopped, twirled, or kicked at leaf banks so they lifted like schools of bright fish. Music pulsed in my ears, a curated autumn mix of folksy strings and soft synth beats. Each note seemed to animate the woods, as though the trees themselves rustled in time. Around 5:20 p.m. I paused to photograph an enormous sugar maple whose trunk peeled like parchment. The sun hovered low enough that the under canopy darkened while the upper crown still shimmered. That half-shadow, half-gold interplay transfixed me. Then, faint but unmistakable, sound cut across my music. Something sharp rode the wind, bright as glass shattering. I lifted one ear cup. A moment's silence, then a muffled burst again, higher this time, uncanny in its suddenness. Originally I told myself it might be a blue jay. Jays mimic hawks, dogs, even human laughter. Still, the hair on my arms bristled. Without turning off music completely, I continued forward. Barely 2 minutes later a second shriek tore through the trees. The volume left no doubt, it was closer. But the quality, oh, that quality unsettled everything in my body. There was female pitch in it, the timbre of a woman crying out in pain or terror, yet braided through that voice came a strangled canine yelp. Exactly the noise a dog makes when a bigger animal sinks teeth into its haunch. Two distinct throats fused imperfectly. Now full silence pressed against me. I palmed my phone and paused the playlist. Wind stalled. Chips of leaf drifted groundward as though gravity itself hesitated. I turned a slow circle, searching trunks, limbs, undergrowth. The forest had been washing itself with dusk, and in that dimness each silhouette seemed to lean nearer. I told myself, not aloud, only inside, that if the screamer was truly a person, I needed to help. But the voice's nature contradicted every survival lesson. My pulse hammered so fast it blurred vision. And stillness, absolute stillness, wrapped every tree. When the third cry arrived, it came from my left, louder again, which meant the source was either impossibly swift or even closer than before. That shriek seemed to accelerate while it unfurled, as though whoever produced it sprinted while screaming. Beneath the sound I caught another clue, footfalls. Not one set, two. One distinctly heavier than the other, yet they overlapped in a way that made me doubt there were two separate beings. It was as though whatever roared lugged an invisible second shape alongside. Leaves swished violently, branches snapped, then silence regained its chokehold. Instinct said hide, but my boots wouldn't move. Cold spread from my chest to fingertips. Something about that unnatural double voice felt wrong in a primal, mythic sense, like hearing laughter underwater or tasting iron in clean snow. I tried to swallow but my throat locked. A shape appeared in peripheral vision, white, human soft, yet waxy as fungus. I forced myself to glance sideways. Between two oaks, maybe 30 steps away, a figure stepped into view. A woman, at least the outline suggested womanhood, stood naked beneath tangled black hair that parted like curtains across her chest. Her flesh gleamed gray-white, but where facial features should have existed there was only smoothness, a blank oval like polished bone. No eyes, no mouth, no nostrils, just skin stretched over emptiness. Shock pinned me, yet fascination drilled deeper. The figure shuffled forward at first, then accelerated with jerky, marionette urgency. She raised an arm, thin as snapped broomsticks, and as she advanced I sensed motion behind me. Without turning I felt chilled digits, elongated, jointed wrong, settle lightly on my right shoulder. Awareness split. A blank-faced woman loped straight toward me, and simultaneously some duplicate or shadow already stood behind me, fingers burrowing chill through flannel. Static filled my skull. Before I could scream, leaves exploded ahead. A man crashed through, a burly farmer type, red plaid flannel, denim overalls smeared by what the mind reflexively labeled grease but smelled like unfresh meat. He leveled a 12-gauge shotgun, eyes feral with hatred or fear. Barrel first, he strode into the clearing, shouting words shredded by adrenaline. "Get back! Get away from that thing!" he barked, though his muzzle tracked not at the oncoming pale woman but at the presence behind me. Yet his arrival jarred me enough to stagger sideways, escaping both front visage and rear grip. Except when I stepped free, nothing occupied the space behind. The cold digits melted away as though contact had never been. The female form ceased mid-charge, tilting its head with the unnatural lurch of an owl obeying puppet strings. Then from its lipless face, or the blank where lips ought be, sprang that double scream again, louder than any previous rendition. My guts folded. The man cursed, fired once. Gun blast flattened the world. Smoke billowed. I saw him lean and pump another shell, but the white shape blurred sidewise, as though entire frames of motion were skipped, dodging the buckshot. Gunman spat another curse, pivoted, and sprinted off-trail, presumably to flank or chase. The white figure pivoted too. It launched backward with inhuman spring, limbs reconfiguring mid-leap into the negative shape of a deer. No, something deer-like with tines curling from skull. The transformation finished before my blinking eyes could track. It vanished into the gloom with uncanny quiet. In that instant I recognized not normal flesh but something wearing flesh as disguise. I wanted to run but knees trembled. Instead I watched the man vanish into leaf labyrinth after his quarry. The forest swallowed them, screams, shotgun blasts, snapping timber, then quiet. Only my heart's drumming remained. When legs thawed, I turned and bolted downslope. The trail I'd followed now felt labyrinthine, adrenaline telescoped perspective until 20 minutes compressed into 14. Twice I tripped, palms scraping bark, but panic fueled momentum. At the cabin I slammed the door, slid bolt, shoved a bench across jamb, then sagged against pine boards. Breath came in wet sobs. I tried to parse what I had witnessed, blank-faced woman, predatory man? Or hunter and shapeshifter? Which needed saving? Outside, the valley hushed. Then, a final sequence of events snapped my spine straighter. 2 gunshots erupted distant, followed by the same impossible scream, except this time the canine wail seemed triumphant. After that, silence thicker than moss. No cries for help. No echo of pursuit. Just cold wood settling in the walls. I crawled upstairs and barricaded my bedroom door with a dresser. All night I lay awake, scrolling tragedies on my phone, books unread on the quilt, mind replaying that scream until dawn's peach scum bled the windowpane. Morning sun painted golden squares across the cabin floor. Birds chattered like nothing monstrous wandered. I brewed coffee, hands shaking enough to dribble cream, and tried to rationalize. Could it have been a woman suffering severe injuries, illusions born of dusk distortion? Could the man have been a rescuer? Yet memory insisted, no face, no navel, no nipples, though the shape implied female. Skin smooth like candle wax. And the smell, that carrion rot no living person exudes. At precisely 9 a.m., a doorbell chimed. Few things jarred the nerves like a visitor after nights of horror. I forced myself downstairs. Through peephole, nothing but porch boards and September sunlight. I cracked the door. No figure. Yet at my feet lay an envelope the color of coagulated blood, thick stock, no stamp. Handwritten across front, my first name. Inside, on a yellowing scrap of ruled notebook paper, block letters read, I am writing so you understand last night was real. The woman you saw is not a woman. In Navajo ways we call such things Yinaldlishai, skinwalker. It took my sister's face trying to draw me further into the hollow. I thank you for stepping between, but I do not blame you for its escape. It will come again until finished. Be careful. Do not answer its call. Do not follow the crying in the trees. Burn sage. Stay close to morning light. If you hear my gun again, stay inside. No signature. No return address. The envelope smelled faintly of smoke, cedar maybe, and something sour. My stomach folded. I hurried to shut every curtain in the cabin. That afternoon I packed my suitcase while the sun still glowed. I phoned relatives, invented a plausible excuse about work obligations, and by evening I was driving south toward a major airport, leaving the cabin's keys under a mat. The sun sank behind ridges, eastern slopes already traced long, chilly shadows. I kept windows rolled up no matter how musty the rental car smelled. When immigration stamped my passport back in my home city, I breathed relief, yet part of me knew boundaries of country, province, or state offered no guarantee. When leaves begin turning each year, I still crave forest walks, but I linger near urban paths lined with lampposts. If a muffled scream cuts the dusk, I resist curiosity. I do not know what became of the armed farmer or his sister. Local newspapers printed no missing person bulletins, no reports of gunshots or illegal hunting. Perhaps he avoided police involvement. Perhaps only the forest knows how that chase ended. Yet sometimes, scrolling autumn photos online, I'll pause at a stranger's video, a pale blur slipping between trunks, a keen that half resembles a woman's cry and half a dog yelp. The comments run wild with jokes about ghosts, about wind. I read them, then closed the app, shivering. And every October, when I feel the itch to scatter leaves with one toe, I remember grandfather's low warnings, the words you never say aloud. I light a cedar stick on the balcony, watch its smoke weave the dark, and whisper gratitude that I still wake in rooms 4 walls thick rather than under boughs where something faceless might be waiting. I grew up in a small northeastern town where summer nights felt endless and the simplest pleasures, like walking to the local basketball court, could provide an entire evening's worth of excitement. Looking back, I can still smell the cut grass, feel the humidity that made our t-shirts cling to our backs, and hear the hum of cicadas that filled the air the moment the sun disappeared behind the rooftops. At 15 I believed life was measured mainly in jokes among friends, lazy weekends, and the promise that nothing truly terrible could reach us in a place so familiar. The night I'm about to describe shattered that illusion, yet it also convinced me that invisible threads tie this world to something greater. There were 5 of us that evening. 2 of the boys had borrowed a portable speaker from an older brother and played early 2000s hip-hop on repeat. Another carried a basketball so worn its orange surface had faded to a patchy beige. I contributed very little besides enthusiasm and relentless trash talk, even though I wasn't the best shot in the group. We left my front porch around 8:30, just as the sky began to go from eggshell blue to bruised purple. The court sat behind our old elementary school, a good 25-minute walk if we took the direct route, but my friends preferred a shortcut that sliced through an apartment complex and shaved maybe 5 minutes off the trip. We'd used that route 100 times without incident, so none of us hesitated. The apartments lined a narrow private drive and shared a central green space where younger kids often played tag until porch lights summoned them home. On this night 3 boys, 12 or 13 years old at most, were tossing a football back and forth. They had that restless energy of preteens who can't decide whether they want to mimic pro athletes or cartoon villains. As we passed, one of them launched a high spiral that hit a gutter, bounced oddly, and landed near us. Instinctively I scooped up the ball, planning to lob it back, but before I could, the shortest kid yelled something about us being scrubs from the other side of town. My friends laughed and tossed insults of their own, nothing memorable, just the standard "bro some height and come back" sort of remarks. It lasted a handful of minutes, ending with everyone pretending they'd won the exchange. We kept walking, and the boys resumed their game. The incident felt so trivial that, within 30 seconds, my mind had already jumped to imagining the three-point barrage I would unleash once we reached the baskets. We crossed 2 residential blocks where porch lights flickered on in chain reaction as homeowners noticed twilight settling in. By the time we reached the 4-lane road in front of our high school, full darkness had claimed the sky, though street lamps cast reliable circles of amber along the sidewalk. The main entrance of the school stood quiet, no after-hours events on a weeknight in mid-July, and the granite sign out front displayed the motto, "Strive for Excellence," in backlit letters, as if promising that excellence required no vacation. We stepped into the crosswalk, joking about which of us would hit the first shot. When we reached the opposite curb, a car roared by far faster than the 30-mile-per-hour limit. Its tires squealed as the driver yanked the wheel and fishtailed into a parking lot across the street, an empty patch of asphalt that served as shuttered garden supply store. The car halted at an angle, its headlights stabbing our direction. My first thought was that it had to be a reckless teen who'd stolen Mom's sedan. Instead, the driver's door burst open and a man climbed out. Even from 40 feet away we could tell he was huge, at least 6'4", broad shoulders stretching a faded tank top, arms like carved stone. In his right hand he held a full-length aluminum baseball bat, the kind college sluggers used to bang out doubles. Its barrel glimmered under the street lamp. He stomped toward us at a pace that suggested pure commitment rather than drunken wobble. Every step looked deliberate, like a linebacker's angle toward a punter. His face was contorted in a rage so fierce it scarcely seemed human. Words spilled from him, profanities, threats, accusations that we'd terrorized his nephew. For a second I couldn't parse what he meant. Then it clicked. The younger kids from the apartments must have run home, twisted the story, and convinced an uncle that a group of older boys had chased them brandishing bats. The logic didn't matter. He believed it, and the proof gleamed in his hand. 2 of my friends reacted immediately, obeying hardwired survival instinct. They spun on their heels and bolted back across the grass toward the school grounds. Another friend hesitated, looked at me as if to shout instructions, then sprinted after them. Adrenaline tore through my veins, but instead of speed it delivered paralysis. Maybe it was shock at the man's size, maybe some faulty teenage pride that told me to stand my ground. Whatever the reason, my sneakers rooted to the concrete. So there I stood, 5'6", 120 pounds, clutching the basketball I'd mocked as a lucky charm, earlier that evening, watching a furious stranger close the gap. He shouted, "You want to hit little kids with bats? Try me!" His voice boomed like a diesel engine backfiring. At roughly 15 feet he raised the aluminum club shoulder high, and cocked his elbows as though lining up a pitch. That motion shook me free of my trance, though too late. I backpedaled maybe 2 steps before tripping over the lip where sidewalk met parking lot asphalt. The fall knocked every bit of air from my lungs. I landed flat on my back, pupils drinking in the night sky. A whisper of hope flickered. Maybe he'd see a skinny, unarmed kid sprawled at his feet and realize the absurdity of his rage. Instead, he seized the chance. He swung downward. The barrel whistled and struck my abdomen with the thud of metal meeting muscle. Pain detonated behind my ribs, white-hot and all-consuming. Instinctively I reached up, grabbing the bat near its center. For half a second my hands clung. For half a second I considered the insane possibility of wrestling it free. Then he yanked, and the smooth alloy slipped from my sweat-slicked palms. My scream finally arrived, high and piercing. I hoped neighbors might hear through open windows. The man drew back for another swing and this time dropped the bat across my right shin. The crack of bone meeting metal produced nauseating vibration. If you have ever slammed a shin into a coffee table edge, multiply that pain by 10 and add the knowledge that another strike could follow. I curled, clutching leg and gut simultaneously, but I could not block both. He lifted the bat overhead, preparing a vertical chop aimed, there is no doubt in my mind, at my skull. Time skewed. I saw the bat, the man's clenched teeth, the sheen of sweat on his brow. I remembered reading somewhere that traumatic events cause the brain to store memories with eerie clarity because the amygdala floods neural pathways with stress hormones. All I knew was that a second stretched into something like eternity. And in that elongated moment, another element entered the scene. A brilliant white gold light, too focused to be a street lamp yet too soft to be a police cruiser's headlights, materialized above and slightly behind the attacker. It wasn't a broad flood of illumination. It looked almost sculpted, maybe the size and shape of a small child standing upright. The light didn't blind me. Instead, it glowed with an intensity that filled me with a sensation of warmth and protection, the way sun through a window can warm your skin but not scorch it. The sight was so shocking I momentarily forgot the bat descending toward my face. My oldest siblings had told me stories, how our parents' first child, Joey, was born in Ireland when Dad was training for his pro boxing debut, how Joey developed a rare disease doctors barely understood, how he died at 3 and left a wound inside my parents that never fully closed. I arrived 6 years later, the baby who taught them to laugh again. Joey was spoken of often, a saintly presence who watched from heaven. Growing up, I wondered whether an older brother, had he survived, might have defended me from bullies or teased me into bravery. Now, as an unexplainable light hovered, the thought surfaced with certainty. Joey. With my non-injured leg still bent awkwardly beneath me, I raised both forearms to shield my face. When the bat connected, it struck square across my left elbow, an impact that would later shatter bone, but it did not split my head. Rebounding from that block strike, the assailant lifted the bat again, poised to hammer repeatedly. Before he could, tires screeched meters away. A patrol cruiser, lights out but engine on, had been parked at a 24-hour diner down the block. My friends, heroes despite their initial flight, had burst in and yelled at the officer inside. The cop had flipped on his roof-mounted red and blues as he floored it toward the scene. Now the beams painted crimson arcs across the cracked lot. The moment the attacker registered imminent law enforcement, his rage turned to panic. He froze, bat still overhead, then let it clatter to asphalt. He raised palms and took 3 backward steps. The officer slammed his own door, weapon drawn, and ordered the man face down. Backup arrived, blocking every exit. Across the street, the original sedan, driven presumably by another relative of the boys, tried to peel away but found itself boxed in. My attacker was cuffed, Miranda Reed, hauled upright. His bulk seemed smaller once his wrists were bound. While EMTs examined my swollen ribs and throbbing shin, I looked again at the spot where that luminous shape had hovered. Nothing remained but a mundane glow from the nearest lamppost. Pain roared back into focus, every heartbeat pushing ache through fractured bone. I asked a paramedic whether hallucinations were common under adrenaline's surge. He offered a non-committal shrug. "You'd be surprised what people see." At the hospital, X-rays confirmed a broken rib, a shattered left elbow, and a deep tissue contusion over my shin where the bat had dented flesh against bone, leaving a crater-like wound. A physician explained that had the blow landed 2 inches higher, it would have crushed the orbit of my eye, a catastrophic injury often leading to permanent brain damage or death. He sounded both clinical and astonished by my near miss. I lay awake that first night replaying each fraction of a second. I saw the bat, the silhouette of light, the man's expression souring from bloodlust to shock as the cruiser arrived. No matter how many times I rewound events, the radiant figure remained. Word traveled quickly through our town. The newspaper ran a short piece. "Local teen assaulted, suspect arrested." It framed the event as neighborhood vigilantism gone wrong. The man's lawyer argued he had responded to false tales spun by his nephew about violent older boys. A judge sentenced him to 8 years for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, though he'd spend barely more than half behind bars before parole hearings. Friends teased me for months, calling me "Bat Boy" and "Aluminum Magnet," forcing laughter out of me when the alternative was tears. Scar tissue formed over my shin, and surgery left 2 titanium screws holding my elbow together. Dad's reaction, however, eclipsed all else. When court proceedings began 3 months after the attack, my father, 6'5", built like every boxer stereotype, sat politely behind the prosecution table until deputies escorted the defendant in shackles. The sight triggered something primal. Dad vaulted the wooden railing separating spectator gallery from judicial floor. He landed swinging, fists no judge could gavel out of existence. It took 6 bailiffs to subdue him. The prosecutor declined to press charges, citing extenuating emotional circumstances. But the judge banned Dad from further hearings. When we left the courthouse that afternoon, he simply said, "No one tries to kill my kid," and walks away smiling. I had no answer, only gratitude that both my fathers, one living, one gone, had fought for me in their own ways. Years passed. I'm 37 now, married, children of my own. Summer nights still carry the smell of cut grass and the electric buzz of streetlights, yet they also carry echoes of a scream I once uttered, lying on a sidewalk under threat. My kids ask for bedtime stories. I hesitate to share this one, though they know they had an uncle who died long before they were born. Sometimes I stand in the doorway of their darkened room, watching nightlight glow on their faces, and I sense, more than see, a calm presence there beside me. Skeptics suggest the blinding light was simply the first flash of police headlights refracting through my tears. I remind them the officer arrived after the blow to my elbow, not before. Others say extreme stress produces optical illusions. Perhaps. Yet illusion does not account for the certainty that filled me, a certainty that someone stood between that bat and my skull. Survival often depends on fractions of seconds, and something granted me exactly that fraction. I have replayed my brother Joey's brief life through stories my parents saved, black and white photographs of a toddler in suspenders, a lock of hair tucked inside a Bible. Dad used to say Joey was the brave one because he faced illness with a grin. When I speak softly to his memory, I tell him he remains brave. He crossed the divide to intervene the night a stranger's rage threatened to erase my future. Whether that white gold shape above the bat belonged to Joey or to some guardian unknown, I felt my brother's love pour through it, rendering terror powerless for one decisive heartbeat. Life continued, as it does. College, a job, the slow shedding of teenage invincibility. Yet on nights when street lamps flicker and cicadas trill, I feel that presence again, a shimmer at the edge of vision. It reminds me that moments exist when ordinary reality thins and unseen hands tug us away from doom. And it reminds me there are debts one never finishes paying. I honor mine by teaching my children empathy, by calling my mother every Sunday, by leaning over my father's hospital bed the way he once stood in a courtroom ready to trade his freedom for my justice. I honor Joey by remembering, always, that light can arrive without warning, that protection can look like a child-shaped brightness above a man with a metal bat, and that love, uncut by time, may intervene between any descending darkness and anyone still learning how to stand. When people ask whether I believe in guardian angels, I say yes without hesitation. I met one when I was 15. He appeared exactly when I cried out, though no human ear had answered. He shone brighter than street lamps, steadier than police sirens. He did not stop the bat entirely. Some pain I would have to bear. But he changed the angle, altered the outcome, spared my skull. In the afterglow of that light, as sirens wailed nearer and gravel crunched under boots, I knew with a conviction deeper than bone, Joey had come. And because he came, I am here to tell the story, an ordinary life split by an extraordinary glimmer, a reminder that love may reach farther than we dare to imagine, and that sometimes the most powerful defense is one we cannot see until it saves us. I grew up on the north side of Youngstown, Ohio, during the late 1980s, back when the steel mills still stood like enormous iron skeletons along the Mahoning River. Most of the furnaces were cold by then, most of the payroll jobs gone, yet the plants themselves still dominated every neighborhood view. They were blocks of rusted beams and cracked walls, miles of saw-toothed roofs, half-shattered windows that looked like broken teeth, and weeds that had grown as high as pickup trucks. The mills stretched on and on, so wide that anyone who lived nearby learned to use them as landmarks. Meet me by the pipe yard, take the fence line past the number 3 blast building, turn left at the coking ovens. They were the single most recognizable feature of our part of town, and because they were abandoned, They became the unofficial playground for kids who were too curious, too reckless, or too bored to stay on the front porch like our parents wished. At 14, I was exactly that kind of kid. My closest friend lived right across the street from one edge of the mill property, and every chance we got we crossed over into that no-man's land to go exploring. To us those ruins were equal parts amusement park, haunted house, and secret clubhouse. We gave every building a nickname, argued over which one had the tallest climbable ladder, swore we saw ghosts or heard the clank of phantom machinery, and dared one another to crawl deeper into pitch-black tunnels with only a cheap flashlight to keep the darkness at bay. If adults had known what we were doing, they would have locked every gate tighter or called the cops. But the property was so big and the fencing so incomplete that watching it would have taken an army of guards. In reality, only 1 or 2 security men made the rounds, and they couldn't catch us if they didn't know which corner we used to slip in. Very early on we figured out that the worst danger wasn't an angry guard or a structural collapse. It was the wild dogs. These animals had been domestic at one time, pets left behind when families moved away, or guard dogs set loose when the mills shut down. They bred in the shadows until packs formed. Most nights you could hear them howling inside the yard, voices echoing like train horns between empty walls. They learned to hunt raccoon, possum, and sometimes stray cats, but they also learned to fear humans who carried stones or makeshift clubs. By the time I was old enough to explore, the average pack contained 6 or 7 lean dogs, ribs showing, scarred from fighting over garbage, eyes shining yellow whenever a flashlight beam caught them. 2 packs might cross each other's territory and break into sudden battle. A dog that lost could be eaten alive. We saw that happen once and could not sleep for a week afterward. After that day, none of us went into the mill yard without a weapon. Yes, we were teenagers carrying guns, and not BB guns either. It sounds shocking now, but if you lived in Youngstown during the worst of the blood and crypt wars, you know that the city was called Murder Town for a reason. Everyone older than 10 knew someone who had been shot or stabbed. If you were a 15-year-old who ventured into an unlit factory district at night, the adults in your life taught you to protect yourself. Some kids carried snub-nosed .38s they'd found in a parent's drawer. Others had revolvers bought on the street for $50. Mine was a .410 single shot that an uncle had owned for rabbit hunting. I never fired it at a person, but I fired it in the air once to scare off 3 dogs that had us cornered inside a sheet metal storage bay. We thought of our little arsenal as insurance. 1 notch beyond bravado, 1 notch short of real criminal intent. By late spring that year we decided we wanted a permanent base, somewhere to store sleeping bags and canned food so we could spend entire weekends roaming the property. After several afternoons of scouting, we chose a building right beside the railroad spur, the working mill still used for incoming limestone and outgoing steel coil. Our building had 2 floors, thick brick walls, and, most important, no staircase leading to the old loading platform. The only way in was to leap from a boulder up through a window that sat 6 feet above ground level. That meant packs of dogs or rival teenagers would have trouble reaching us. Inside it was one vast concrete room littered with pipe, broken pallets, and these heavy U-shaped steel plates that we later learned were welding shields. We dragged those plates into a waist-high wall that separated the far corner from the rest of the floor. Behind that barrier we laid tarps, nailed plywood over gaps for windbreaks, stacked extra scrap against openings so nothing could squeeze through. After 2 weeks of evening labor we had something that felt almost like an indoor fort, our own private bunker overlooking the tracks. On the night everything went wrong, the air was thick and still, the sort of July weather that makes you sweat at sunset and bake after the sky goes black. We entered around 8:30, hauling a burlap bag of coal scraps from a pile near the coking ovens, planning to build a floor fire for light. Imagine a campfire inside a 2-story structure, flames licking upward into the darkness, red reflections dancing on steel columns, smoke curling out the broken roof vents. Each time we did it we swore we ventilate better, but each time we accepted the eye-stinging haze because a fire also meant warmth and a sense of ceremony. There were 3 of us that night, and we sat on paint buckets in a half-circle, passing around a 2-liter bottle of generic soda spiked with whiskey someone had stolen from an older brother. Conversation jumped from baseball cards to which graffiti artists had tagged the blast furnace wall to whether the Browns would ever win again. The buzz felt almost pleasant, the way summer nights can lull you into believing no harm can find you. From the far side of the room, through a gap where makeshift plywood did not quite meet, we heard the first sound of dogs. Low barking, quick yips, paws scrabbling over metal debris. It was common enough that we were cautious but calm. Then we noticed the barking grew louder, sharper, more desperate. We exchanged glances that said, "This isn't two dogs fighting. This is a full pack running." Seconds later we could distinguish at least 6 distinct voices, maybe more, all converging toward the coke mound on the other side of the rail line. Coke, if you don't know, looks like black gravel mixed with foam chunks. Those piles stood 20 feet high, and kids liked to climb them because the ground was soft underfoot. We had played there dozens of times. Now a dog pack rushed up one slope, claws sliding, growls echoing. We left the safety of our building to see what they were chasing. Climbing through our window we crouched behind a half-collapsed cart and watched. The moon had not yet risen, so the coke pile was a silhouette against the lighter horizon. Through that darkness we saw dog shapes reach the peak, heard angry collisions as they tackled something unseen, and then the scene turned violent. A single animal roared, not barked, and the sound was so deep, so resonant, it drowned every other voice. Next came the screams. Wild dogs yelped in panic as one by one they flew, over the crest and tumbled down the far side, hitting the gravel with wet thuds. From our angle they looked like rag dolls hurled by an invisible hand. Within seconds the entire pack broke. Some limped, some dragged hind legs, but all scattered back the way they had come, tails tucked, howls broken. Silence followed, thick as the humidity. Then my friend Chuck pointed. Look at that! Something climbed onto the ridge line, silhouetted by distant factory lights. For legs at first, then back hips rose until the front lifted too, and suddenly the creature stood upright, a heavy outline of muscle and fur. We froze in disbelief. It had a lupin head, long muzzle, small ears, but a torso broader than any wolf, with shoulders like a power lifter and arms that hung past the waist. The figure breathed heavily, sides expanding like bellows. Then it did something so bizarre I almost laughed from sheer disbelief. It turned sideways, lifted one leg, and urinated over the ridge as if marking conquest. The stream was so forceful we heard it hiss against the gravel even from 50 yards away. That simple motion said more than any roar, "I own this place, and you are nothing to me." As the creature finished it pivoted and stared straight toward the orange glow of our fire. Its eyes reflected gold or amber. Animal eyes hinds often look like that under flame, but these seemed to pulse, as though lit from within. A deep growl rolled across the yard, vibrating in my ribs. Chuck muttered, "I felt that." And our third friend, Dan, physically gagged, tasting bile. Something in the frequency triggered nausea, a fight or flight signal hardwired into mammal brains. Before we could choose flight, the creature chose its own. It dropped to all fours, bounded down the coke pile, and vanished into railside shadows. We bolted. The window was reachable because we had stacked an old motor housing under it, so we jumped back inside our building. Heartbeats slammed loud enough to drown the crinkle of cold dust under our shoes. Someone kicked over the soda bottle. Sugary liquid hissed into the fire and sparks shot up, momentarily brightening the room. That flash painted every corner in stark reds and blacks, and for half a heartbeat I expected to see yellow eyes inside the entrance. "Nothing there yet," Chuck whispered. "Third floor. Go." The main staircase had collapsed years before, but at the back of the building 2 switchback flights remained, half broken but usable if you chose footholds carefully. We knew every missing step, every rebar rod that jutted like a trap. Fear can make you sloppy, yet fear also sharpens reflexes. In less than 30 seconds we reached the 3rd floor, 4 walls, roof partially caved, moonlight spilling through steel ribs overhead. At one end a rusted external fire escape led to the roof, or had until the lowest section fell away. Now that escape offered only ascent, no descent, and we hoped the creature couldn't climb metal scaffolding as quickly as we could climb it. We crouched behind a slab of machinery. Dan shook so badly his teeth chattered. Tears streaked Chuck's cheeks. I knew my own face was pale because I could feel the blood drain from it. We listened, holding breath. The first sound was gravel crunch under weight, heavy weight, outside the wall. Then claws scraped brick. Something was climbing. A moment later its shadow spilled onto the second-floor ceiling, enormous against flickering light. It reached the window we'd used, but the window was too narrow, so we heard bricks crumble, mortar crack, frames split as it forced wider entry. A head emerged, then one shoulder. It hauled itself inside like a bear entering a cabin, except no bear looks that tall when upright, no bear's forearms end in elongated hands. The creature paused, nostrils flaring. Steam rose from its coat. Drool fell in thick strands, splattering dust. It shifted, scanned, bared teeth. We had told ourselves maybe it would lose interest if it couldn't smell us. That hope ended when the eyes locked upward. It knew. It always knew. The beasts in fairy tales that sense heartbeats through walls, this was one of them. It trod toward the stairwell. Each step made the corrugated floor vibrate. Dan whimpered, and I clamped a hand over his mouth. Too late. The creature reached the first broken stair, leaned forward, tested the gap with a hand. The distance between steps was 3 feet. It stepped anyway, landing with a thud that cracked concrete. Another stride carried it higher, closing the distance to our floor. Never had the stairway seemed so short. Chuck mouthed roof and pointed to the fire escape hatch. We crawled low, praying rusted grating would not shriek. Behind us, claws scraped again. Another step shattered, and a growl rose, annoyed but determined. And then, salvation, the deep bass horn of an approaching train. The working mill downriver still ran 2 freights each night, bringing limestone from the quarry and hauling finished billets toward Cleveland. The tracks passed within 30 feet of our building. We had heard trains countless times, but never had a whistle sounded like a guardian angel's trumpet. Diesel rumbles shook windows. Headlights painted the opposite wall through broken panes. As the engine crept past, the engineer likely spotted our flames or perhaps glimpsed movement. Whatever he saw, he leaned on the horn, sending 3 piercing blasts into the night. The effect on the creature was immediate. It spun away from the stairwell, ears flattened, head ducking as if the sound physically hurt. It bounded back the way it came, out the second-floor opening, onto the coke pile, and disappeared beyond the ridge. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. We kept still, listening for return, but the train engine drowned all subtle noises. After 30 agonizing minutes we dared the staircase. -2 steps, we reached ground, then waited an hour more behind our shield wall before slipping outside. The coke pile stood silent, the yard empty. Wild dogs howled far away, but none came near. We walked the mile to Chuck's house in tense single file, ears tuned to every rustle. When distant dogs barked, we broke into full sprint. We did not slow until Chuck's porch light washed over us. Only then did Dan break down. He sobbed so hard his shoulders shook. Chuck's mother opened the door and demanded an explanation for our state. Soot on our faces, eyes wide as dinner plates, Dan nearly hyperventilating. We mumbled something about a dog fight gone wrong. She called us fools and delivered a lecture on trespassing, but her words slid past me like water. I kept seeing that silhouette, kept hearing that deep vibrational growl. Years passed. 2 of us made it to adulthood. Dan joined the military but died in Iraq, an improvised bomb on a supply route. Chuck runs a garage in Warren. Whenever I drive north on I-680 I stop, lean on his service desk, and eventually the conversation circles back to that night. We recite details like priests repeating liturgy, coke pile, growl, golden eyes, urine arc, broken stairs, train horn. Memory never dulls. If anything, the years sharpen edges because we've learned how unlikely survival was. The summer of 2023 I dreamed of the creature. It felt more vivid than sleep has any right to feel. Same coke pile, same humid air. In the dream I was alone. The beast leapt atop the ridge, eyes brighter than before, and spoke, not with a mouth but inside my skull, a guttural voice of iron scraping iron. It said, "I looked for you then. I will look again. Wake." I jolted upright, soaked in sweat, ears ringing. I could swear I smelled ozone and coal dust. Some months later, my wife convinced me to take our kids camping at Beaver Creek State Park, 2 hours from Youngstown. The forest there is peaceful, hills broken by sandstone cliffs, creek water running over flat shale shelves. The second night, after our children fell asleep, I stepped outside the tent and turned on a cheap digital recorder I sometimes use for nature ambience. I set it on a stump and listened to wind stirring oak leaves. 30 minutes later, a single wood knock echoed against the valley wall, then silence. I packed up and returned to the fire, uneasy. Days later, at home, I played the recorder and after the knock heard a low, wordless sound, half grunt, half growl, so faint I needed earbuds to confirm it. Some friends say black bear. I cannot shake the thought that something follows. I do not enter abandoned places anymore. When coworkers suggest urban exploration as a weekend thrill, I politely decline. I tell them the real world is scary enough without adding haunted factories. I never tell them what we saw. People can accept ghosts. They struggle with monsters walking in daylight. But these creatures exist. I have seen one. I have measured its size by the depth of fear it carved in me. When online forums debate dogman sightings, I read silently, feel my pulse quicken, and grip the phone until knuckles bleach. Once, at a hardware store, a German shepherd stepped from an aisle and startled me so badly I dropped a can of paint. The dog's owner apologized. I muttered, "No, my fault," but my chest hammered for an hour. I am in my 40s now, yet on humid nights when windows stay open I still dream of steel giants and rail horns. In those dreams yellow eyes glow, and drool strings from a mouth wide enough to swallow a human head. The thing climbs stairs that crumble under its weight, patient, unstoppable, convinced I cannot escape. And always, just before it reaches me, a whistle blows, a reminder of the moment a passing train saved 3 foolish boys from something older than the city, older than the mills, perhaps older than the tribe whose petroglyphs line sandstone cliffs near Beaver Creek. In waking life I know that train will not always be there. Perhaps nothing can save me if the creature truly was hunting me, as it claimed in that dream. Yet I keep telling the story. I tell it because silence grants monsters power. I tell it because somewhere another kid lurks among forgotten buildings, thinking the greatest danger is falling through rotten flooring. I tell it so that person will heed the warning. There are beasts larger than your bravado, and they do not fear handguns or nighttime darkness. They have owned the shadows since before rail spikes rusted and before our grandfathers first bent metal in blast furnaces. Some nights, while my own children sleep, I stand at their bedroom doorway and listen to their breathing. I watch the streetlights spill across their blankets and think about how small they are in this wide, strange world. I want to protect them from broken glass, from gangs, from wild dogs, from all the threats I can name, and from the ones I can't. The best I can do is teach them caution, teach them respect for places that feel wrong, and tell them never to ignore the hair rising on the back of the neck. That tingle can mean the difference between a story you survived to tell and a story someone else must piece together from your footprints. I survived because a train whistle echoed across a ruined valley. Because 3 wild dogs screamed loud enough to draw curiosity. Because fate, luck, or unseen guardians intervened. I do not expect such mercy twice. So I keep my distance from the mills. I keep my eyes open on moonless nights. I keep my children close when we vacation in deep woods. And when I hear stories of dogmen, werewolves, or whatever label folklore gives to upright wolves with human intelligence, I reply with simple words. They're real. I've met one. Don't invite a second meeting. That vow, whispered for decades, is the truest sentence I know. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I grew up several hours by snow machine from the nearest Alaskan highway, in a place most maps leave blank. People who know the area call it the Squentna country, but that makes it sound organized, like a town with a main street and a council office. It is nothing of the sort. It is a winding brown river dotted with tucked-away homesteads, hunting lodges, and the odd millionaire's summer cabin, each property hidden behind spruces and connected to the next only by boat wake, dog-team trail, or long stretches of private airstrip scraped into muskeg. The big outside world notices us for about 12 hours every March, when Iditarod mushers rattle through, grab frozen meat snacks, and vanish north toward Nome. After the barking fades, nothing remains but the hush of wind passing through black spruce and the occasional moan of a single-engine aircraft. My parents carved our homestead out of the south bank of that river in the early 1990s, on a patch of slightly higher ground overlooking a marsh that stretched for half a mile before it met the next ridge. From my bedroom window I could see that marsh every day of my childhood. When the wind blew hard, ripples ran through the grass the same way waves move across a wheat field on the prairie, and the sunlight sparked on the ponds until the whole plain looked silver. Yet even as a little kid I sensed something uneasy in that view. My imagination would get caught on the far side of the grass ocean, right where the mist gathered at night, and a thought whispered, "Something lurks out there." In rural Alaska you learn early that fear is usually practical. A cow moose on a calf can stomp you flat. A hungry bear will rip a plywood door off its hinges if it smells bacon grease. That kind of knowledge shapes a person's reflexes. You run hand over the rifle barrel before you turn the doorknob, you study tracks, you hang meat high. When I was 8 or 9, I assumed the shiver I felt while staring at the marsh was that sort of fear, my brain warning, bears live in those willows. Then I watched my father shoot a garbage-raiding grizzly through both lungs, saw how huge the creature was lying dead on the riverbank, and felt that fatal power drain from it. The unease in my chest did not drain with it. The bear was dead, yet the marsh still frightened me. I began to suspect the danger I sensed was older and stranger than claws and teeth. Alaskan summer light will trick you into seeing shapes. From mid-May to late July the sun never fully drops. Instead it drifts just under the horizon, turning midnight into a smudge blue twilight. Out on the marsh every hummock, every leaning snag, every bull moose resting in the grass becomes a dark cutout against the dim sky. If you stare long enough you can make those shapes glide on 2 legs or kneel to drink from puddles, even though they do not move at all. Many nights I would press my face to the window screen, breath fogging the glass, certain something stood near the distant tree line watching our cabin. Mother would come in, rattle my little wood stove door, and say, "Quit gawking at the marsh. If there's a moose out there it won't write you a letter." I never tried to explain the real reason I looked. If I spoke the fear aloud, I worried, it might harden into reality. By the time I turned 12 that tightness in my chest had subsided. I had grown taller, stronger, and my parents finally allowed me to roam on my own so long as I took the .22 rifle, a can of bear spray, and the same double-bit axe my grandfather once swung on an Idaho logging crew. I explored ridges, checked snare sets, shot squirrels for the pot, and pretended the entire Squetna drainage was my private kingdom. I usually kept to the higher spruce slope behind the cabin, a place we called the bench, because the moss grew thicker there, and the ground was drier for walking. I avoided the steep bank that dropped to the marsh. Partly that was laziness. The slope was muddy, cluttered with deadfall, and buzzing with mosquitoes thicker than wood smoke. But partly it was that old prickling sense that whatever haunted my window view might haunt the soil as well. The summer I turned 16 I stopped avoiding the slope. In July 2016, with the sky high and turquoise for 18 hours a day, I was racing the four-wheeler along our upper trail, sun in my eyes, bouncing faster than I should have, when I glanced left toward the marsh. Halfway down the slope we had pushed a mountain of rotten stumps and bark years earlier, clearing timber for garden rows. That mound loomed black against the grass below. And on the trail near it, in the corner of my eye, only a heartbeat's glimpse, stood a figure. Imagine a body taller than any upright bear, but thinner, more stretched. The torso bulged forward as if ribs arched far out of normal alignment. The 2 legs, though spindly, appeared long enough to step a ditch in one stride, yet they bent under the weight like sticks trying to support a boulder. Each arm dangled past the knees, elbows angled odd, fingers so long they reminded me of spruce roots searching for earth. The whole creature seemed carved out of rolling cloud shadow, gray and gray, edges blurred as though wind shredded the silhouette. Atop the hunched neck a head projected forward, muzzle narrow, too long for a human skull, wolfish perhaps, but wrong in some way I could not measure at 30 miles per hour. I braked so hard gravel sprayed. When the machine stopped I backed it 20 feet. Empty trail. Empty air. No branches shook, no grass flattened. Maybe heat shimmer fooled me. Maybe my eyes stitched random shades together into a monster. I told myself that story all afternoon, though goose flesh mottled my arms even under the sun. Autumn rolled through in gold and scarlet. Winter buried every memory in 4 feet of snow. By May 2017 breakup waters had dropped, and a high ridge of silt let us march the slope without bogging to our shins. A school friend flew in from Anchorage to help my father raise a new tool shed, and during an evening lull I suggested a squirrel hunt down toward the marsh. That was half true. I did want meat for the pan. But more than meat, I wanted proof my gray phantom did not exist. We were cocky as only 17-year-olds with rifles can be. My friend cradled a .410 single shot. I carried the Ruger .22 pump, both of us with bear spray and axes slung across our backs like extras in an adventure flick. We descended the slope beside the stump pile, but halfway down the woods pinched cold and still. The constant chipping of red squirrels, the laughter call of gray jays, even the white noise whine of mosquitoes, all faded as if a radio switched off. My friend noticed. He looked sidewise and whispered, "Weird. Where'd everything go?" I shrugged but felt that old dread flare. Near the base we found bones. One femur first, bleached ivory against damp soil. Moose, we guessed. Hunters sometimes lose a flank or two to bears and ravens, leaving parts scattered. But 50 yards on we found the rest. A ribcage still wired by sinew, vertebrae pegged in a long curved line, skull canted sideways with the yellow teeth bared in a grin too wide. The bones were sunburned and moss-speckled, at least a year dead. No stink remained, only a faint mineral tang like old pennies. Something about the placement felt deliberate, as though the carcass had been dragged into a circle and picked clean methodically. My friend squatted by the ribs, poked one, and said, "Bear must have got him," though no claw scratches marked the bone. We rose to leave and then noticed burrows punched into the stump mound above us, 4 tunnels bored through roots and packed earth, high enough a man could crouch inside. Coils of hair stuck to splinters around the openings. Brown strands, yes, but also longer, coarse gray tufts unlike any guard fur I'd pulled off a bear hide. The idea of a bear wintering there unsettled us. The idea of something else wintering there chilled my kidneys. We eased sideways along the slope, away from those hollows, deeper under black spruce canopy. Within 200 yards a game trail cut the hillside. We followed its curve, grateful for easier footing. Moose browse buds dotted sapling trunks. Flattened grass beds marked recent rest spots. Then another skeleton appeared, fresher, hide hanging, bone blood rusty, ribcage still damp at joints. Snow had only melted 6 weeks earlier. This cow had died no earlier than midwinter. Its neck lay twisted backward, cervical vertebra snapped clean like chalk. Either of us spoke. We stepped around, boots sinking in drool puddled in dried gore. Beyond that kill sign, saplings arched over the path. Not stormbent, not snapped by snow load, each trunk bowed deliberately, tip pinned under rocks or logs. Some were bent in pairs, forming half circles, some bent in rows, like ribs of a tunnel. I had seen Athabascan snares made from bent saplings, but never so many, never so symmetrical, and no wire held these. Farther on we passed a little teepee of spruce sticks built around the base of a live birch, the kind of woodland art children assemble while playing. Only no children lived within 50 river miles. My courage shrank to a pit in my gut. My friend's eyes darted at every twig snap. When we reached the next barbaric clearing, he said, "Let's head back before we lose light." We retraced steps fast and silent. At the stump mound we hurried past the tunnels, scrambled the slope, and crossed the yard to the cabin. The relief of 4 log walls around us was physical, like shrugging a heavy backpack onto the floor. While kicking off boots, we tried to explain away what we'd seen. Maybe a bear had found the moose, cached it, and later wolves dragged bones every which way. Maybe ice bent the brush. Maybe local kids flew in for a drunken weekend and decorated trees. Tired laughter covered how little we believed any of that. We were halfway through hanging rifles when a noise shattered the dusk. A single howl boomed across the marsh, a sound of impossible depth, deeper than airliner turbines, yet mournful like a cello bow smeared along strings. The walls vibrated. My lungs vibrated. The last time I felt such resonance was at Elmendorf Air Force Base during an air show when an F-15 practiced a low-altitude pass. My ribs shook then. They shook now. The howl quit after one long call, an instrument returned to its case, but silence did not follow. Instead I heard my heartbeat in my ears, my friend's frantic breathing, the clock tick that I had never noticed before. He whispered, "Wolves don't do that." I nodded. We understood without saying. That voice belonged to what bent saplings and broke a moose's neck like pine kindling. Over the next months proof arrived unasked. First a yearling moose carcass lay 30 yards from our tool shed, neck snapped, body barely eaten. We burned it while dogs whined inside chained kennels. A fortnight later we woke to find the head alone, severed, propped upright against the shed door like a macabre doorknocker. Blood ice glazed the porch. During autumn duck season I followed the dog to the lake edge and saw not prints but impressions like elongated human palms pressed in mud, for finger trenches, thumbs set low, no claw tips, just deep marks where something pushed up from crouch. Snow erased them next storm. Neighbors reported odd events too. One cabin owner returned from Wasilla to find dirt scooped under his floorboards as though a giant badger tried to burrow inside. His 2 huskies cowered under beds and later refused to go outdoors after dark. Another neighbor woke to thuds on his roof. Next morning he found 4 spruce poles arranged in parallel on the shingles, each pole 8 feet long, bark peeled. Wind could not fetch peeled poles up to a roof. A few winters blurred by. My fear dulled to background noise. Then on a February night, alone except for the dogs chained outside, I sat upstairs reading an old paperback. Snow gritted the window glass, wind low but steady. Around midnight heavy footfalls thumped across the yard. I stood, book forgotten, and heard breathing, ragged, wet, a bellows choked with phlegm. Something large circled the house. I killed the light, locked the bedroom door, listened. The breathing paused, then a flat whack smacked the wall below my window. Plaster dust drifted from the log seam. The thing exhaled hard, nostrils rattling, as if pleased. I forced myself to peer through the pane. Eaves blocked downward view. Darkness, nothing. Yet the breath hung right there, maybe 5 feet below. Phone in hand, I recorded a minute of audio, but playback captured mostly the old mantel clock tick, the gust rattle, my own stifled gulp. The unknown inhaled slow, exhaled slower, then fell silent. Snow creaked once, departure. Nothing more. In morning light a wrist-thick poplar stick lay against the wall, a smear in fresh paint where blunt end struck. 5 inches lower, a gouge ran through stained to raw wood. Since that night no new carcasses have appeared. No more sticks smack siding. But the marsh window still feels watched. Some evenings I stare longer than I should, and in the gray of false dusk I imagine a hulking shadow weaving among grass heads, waiting for the next moment when caution slips. I tell myself coincidence ties these events, predators, weather, teenage fancy. Yet memory persists, hazy body on the bank path, tunnels and stumped root, bent saplings forming symbols older than Athabascan legend, and one voice that flicked my heart like a frightened bird inside a cage. If everything is coincidence, why do I still carry bear spray just to split kindling near the shed? Why do I pause before opening the door at night, every nerve brace for a breath I cannot see? Fear, once seated, grows taproots deep. Sometimes I think that marsh reaches into me the way willow roots reach water, drawing out dread even when logic dams it off. Maybe someday logic will win completely. I will step onto the grass plain, walk to its far rim, find nothing but wind and sedge, and feel the whole worry shrivel. Or maybe reason is the weakest tool we own, and what waits in the fog has infinite patience. Until I prove one or the other, I keep my axe sharp, my rifle oiled, and my ears open when the chickadees stop singing all at once. I was 19 when everything I thought I understood about the night changed forever. My family's land sits at the very end of a gravel spur in the foothills, several miles outside a small southern town that still rolls up its sidewalks after supper. The property once belonged to my great-grandparents and, like so many native families, we keep adding trailers, sheds, chicken coops, and fenced gardens wherever flat ground appears. My grandmother, who raised me, calls the place our little galaxy. One bright moon you will hear goats calling from the far pen, another you will see my uncle welding under an oak tree at midnight, sparks popping like slow fireworks. It felt like an entire world when I was a child, full of sounds a body could map with closed eyes. The distant clatter of the creek beyond the back pasture, the rusty whine of wind through pecans, the bright chatter of guinea hens whenever a stray dog trotted too near. That night started the way hundreds of other nights had begun, quietly, with chores. We had only recently brought home a rescue pup, a leggy mixed breed I'll call A. She had enough border collie blood to need a task every waking moment, and enough chow in her to double her weight before winter. Her favorite hobby was tormenting the flock of feral hens that roost in the china berry behind the well house. Grandma tolerated the chaos because the birds slurped ticks and scorpions off the porch planks, but she insisted that any dog we owned be leashed after sunset. The old woman's voice might have gotten thin with age, yet it still snapped like a bullwhip when she said, "Tie that dog, or you'll be hunting her in the thickets with nothing but a flashlight and a prayer." I slipped on rubber boots, clipped A's lead to her collar, and stepped into a night layered with clouds so thick no moonlight leaked through. The yard light behind the house hummed but revealed little beyond the nearest cedar trunk. In the hollows between gusts I could hear squirrels scolding each other among walnuts, and the faint clack of bamboo chimes someone had hung by the garden gate. September wind had teeth that year. It knifed down the hill and shuddered the porch swing on its chains. Yet those normal country noises reassured me. Anything big enough to cause trouble, coyote, cougar, or the lone black bear that sometimes bombed the trash cans, would scatter smaller creatures well before I reached the chicken yard. We rounded the fig tree and headed toward the shed, a sagging building patched with tin where my mother stored Christmas decorations, broken fans, and 5 generations of half-empty paint cans. The path was so familiar I could walk it blind, but habit made me lift my gaze anyway, searching the sky. I love stargazing. When the air is clear, Orion's belt lays a silver sash across our pasture. On that particular evening clouds hung low like soot. A tiny disappointment pricked my ribs. Instead of cosmic mysteries I would have to settle for the mundane glow of a phone screen. A jerk on the leash snapped my head down. I had stiffened, ears pricked, shoulders shaking with small growls, as she tested the nylon line, straining toward the shed's open double doors. The change in her was so sudden it chilled me. Seconds earlier she had been jogging happily, no tension in the lead. My first thought was raccoon. We had trapped 4 that season, and everyone fought the cage until dawn. Instinct told me to backstep, tighten my grip, and make noise to scare off whatever lurking predator threatened my young dog. But before I could clap or shout, a greater stillness collapsed over everything. The wind ceased as though unplugged. The last squirrel rattled up its hickory and went silent. Even the cicadas cut mid-note. In the ringing hush I heard only my pulse thumping behind my ears and A's breath fluttering like bellows. Country folks recognize that kind of silence. Sometimes it means a bobcat is stalking mice in the grass. Sometimes it means a person with ill intent is standing too near. But it always means danger. A's hindquarters sank. She stopped pulling and began to tremble. I followed the line of her nose across the clearing to the black doorway between the shed's sagging doors, half expecting a cat's green eyes. I saw nothing. So I lifted my phone, thumbed on its small LED flashlight, and probed the gloom with a bluish beam. The thing that stood inside the shed was so wrong my brain stalled in mid-frame, like a projector skipping film. I gaped while raw data poured through my eyes. Enormous height, at least 9 feet, maybe more, because the shed rafters brushed its shoulders. Body cadaver thin, ribs print pressed under hide, belly caved. Fur matted in rope tufts, some entirely missing, revealing pinkish flesh that looked wet even in the cold. Arms longer than any anatomy textbook allows, elbows humped like knots and piping, hands dangling heavy with claws half the length of my forearm and dark with something that glistened. Legs bent backward at the knee like a deer's but impossibly elongated, the thighs so narrow it seemed carved from willow. And the head, a great antlered skull resembling a buck's, yet elongated, jaws suspended wider than a mere cervid could manage. Ragged patches of coarse hair clung to the cheekbones. The eye sockets looked empty until the phone's weak beam caught a reflection. 2 small marbles, colorless yet somehow fathomless. Gazing into them felt like leaning over a dry well and hearing my name whispered from the bottom. A whined high, snapped her leather collar, and bolted for the porch, swinging the broken leash like a useless tail behind her. I might have fled right after her, but the creature's head whipped toward me with a cracking speed that reminded me of owl swivels. Its stare nailed me in place. Terror clenched my throat so tightly a tiny shriek leaked out against my will and forced me to drop the phone, hands flying to cover my mouth. The screen struck a stone and bounced face up. The light now painted the grass at my feet but left the beast in a penumbra, accentuating its outline. My paralysis broke only when 2 other shapes streaked out of the darkness. B, the old brindle pit bull, and C, a Rottweiler we had raised from a pup. They tore across the yard barking hoarse warnings, hackles so high they made the dogs look cube-shouldered. That snap of canine ferocity jarred my muscles back to life. I spun and sprinted. Gravel spat from beneath my boots, lungs burning already, yet fear pumped chemicals I did not know I possessed, and I covered the 50 yards to the porch faster than in any soccer match. Grandma must have heard the commotion, for she flung open the screen door at the exact second I crossed the planks. Warm bulb light washed across the siding and caught me in mid-stride. I slammed sideways through the threshold. B barreled behind me, C spun midpoint to menace the yard, teeth white, tail a stiff rudder. Grandma shouted my name, asked if I'd been snake-bit, demanded an answer. I dove for the latch, yanked Z's collar, and hauled him bodily indoors as the creature appeared at the oak trunk only 20 feet away. For a breath, or maybe an age, it stood there, framed by porch light. Now I could see mud or dried blood matted across its chest, could see rib cages flex like bellows when it inhaled the scent of our fear. The antlers were not symmetrical. Several tines were snapped, like spear shafts broken against stone. One shoulder twitched as though a string yanked the muscle. My grandmother, Cherokee on her mother's side, whispered something in her first language, words I did not recognize but still felt under my skin like static. Perhaps those words carried power, or perhaps the creature decided we were not worth the effort. It pivoted unnaturally sharp on those deer legs, compressed, and blurred into the tree lean faster than any buck in rut. I slammed the bolt, locked both dogs in the pantry, and collapsed to the kitchen floor, stomach roiling as if I'd swallowed rotten meat. The odor followed me inside, rot blended with sour curdled milk, a fermentation scraped from the gut of the earth itself. I retched dry until tears filmed my vision and could not expel the stench. Grandmother crouched beside me, broad palm on my spine. "You saw it," she said, not a question but a verdict. When I nodded, she fetched water, cedar, and a small abalone shell. Smoke drifted through the kitchen while she sang a hymn my great-grandfather once used to drive off haunts. Only when cedar char cracked to ash did my breath level out. In the year that followed, people tried to label what I'd met. Some whispered Wendigo, spirit of starvation that stalks the northern forests. Others muttered about skinwalkers twisting under stolen hides. A biology teacher suggested severe mange on a bear suffering malnutrition, which would account for the hairless patches and the ravaged frame. But no bear stands on deer legs, and no deer ever owned claws that long. Names matter little when your dreams still strobe with the image. I did not need folklore to recognize that I had shared air with something outside the boundary of natural order. I survived -1 leash and plus a chronic habit of bolting indoors before dusk. B and C now refused to sleep anywhere except on the floor at the foot of my bed, noses always pointed toward windows. As for me, nighttime farm chores have become a two-person operation. My fiancé insists we install motion lights and cameras. Sometimes the devices trigger at 3:12 a.m., capturing only a flicker at the margin where yard light leaks into woods. No deer triggers a sensor and then stands still for 20 minutes. Yet nothing shows except static and the hint of a taller shadow behind trees. When I step onto the porch now, the stars still fascinate me. But the wonder is edged with vigilance. I think of the stories grandmother told, tales she once delivered as cautions for children but that I now realize were survival manuals for adults. When she said that certain songs keep old spirits at bay, she was not spinning bedtime yarns. She was repeating passwords older than any fence. I understand at last why elders instruct us never to whistle at night, never speak our true name while traveling lonely roads, never stare too hard into woods where all other voices have gone silent. I have not seen the creature again. Yet every time clouds smother the moon and the guinea hens bed quiet, I swear something beyond the first cedar row is staring back. If I meet it once more, God willing, I will be inside strong walls, the dogs at hand, cedar smoke coiling upward, and my grandmother's language ready on my tongue. I spent my earliest years in Texas, but when I was still in elementary school my father moved us north, looking for the quieter country life he said was disappearing from the places where he himself had grown up. We ended up in Park County, Wyoming, tucked between long gray ridges and pale green valleys, the sort of country where you can ride a horse half a day and never pass a fence line that somebody else built. Dad wasted no time showing my little brother Matthew and me how to fit ourselves into that space. He taught us to sit a saddle without slipping, to mend a bit of barbed wire with a pair of fencing pliers, to throw a loop that would drop clean over a skittish calf. In the autumns he let us tag along on deer hunts, letting us carry the field knives until he thought we were steady enough to handle a rifle. In the winters he showed us how to read a line of tracks in crusted snow, how to tell the difference between the scratchy hop of a jackrabbit, the purposeful lope of a dog coyote, and the wide, deliberate planting of a bull elk's hoof. No matter how busy he grew with work, he cowboyed for a couple of different outfits over the years, sometimes day labor, sometimes a whole calving season on one spread. He saved one long weekend every summer for the same trip. He called it stepping off the map. We would load 2 pack horses, ride a dusty Forest Service road until the pinyon pines thinned, then turn nose into the Wind Rivers and keep climbing until the trail shrank to little more than a faint groove through grass and granite. When we reached a small, slanted meadow surrounded on 3 sides by timber, and on the 4th by a sheer wall of fractured limestone, Dad would swing down, stamp circulation back into his legs, and announce that we had arrived. The place was no secret. Even a casual look at a topo sheet would show half a dozen outfitters' dotted lines wandering near. Yet in all the years we camped there we never saw another human soul. In my mind's eye that meadow still lies there exactly as it looked the last time I saw it with Dad alive. A patchwork of gold sedge and fading lupin, a little creek that began from a spring under a fallen spruce, and sky so big it felt close enough to touch if you stood on tiptoe. Those trips slowed after Matt and I left home. I signed a contract with the Army and spent a handful of years learning that the world is wider than sagebrush flats and barbed wire fences, while my brother took work on a ranch near Meeteetse and started courting the woman who would become his wife. Even so, when our enlistments and branding seasons permitted, the 3 of us, Dad, Matt, and me, still managed to meet at that meadow and pitch the same weather-stained wall tent Dad had bought second-hand before we were born. We always talked about bringing Mom along, but she was a homebody who claimed sleeping on the ground was for folks who had never discovered electric blankets. She did, however, insist on packing a cooler full of homemade jerky and peach cobbler, which we hauled in on a pack horse while pretending the extra weight did not bother us. In the summer after Matt and I both turned 30, Dad's heart gave out while he was doctoring a cow in a squeeze chute. The veterinarian later said nothing in the world would have changed the outcome. It had simply been his time. Knowing that did little to dull the shock. The day of the funeral we laid him in a small cemetery that overlooks a bend in the Shoshone River, the kind of view he loved, and afterward the preacher shook my hand and told me a man is never really gone as long as stories keep his memory alive. I said thank you because that was the polite response, yet in the weeks that followed I discovered there are silent hours when stories feel as thin as smoke, when you would trade every word you remember just to hear the man clear his throat one more time. Autumn came. Snow dusted Carter Mountain, then melted, then dusted again. By late September, Matt and I found ourselves talking less about sadness and more about Dad's habits. How he stored his bedroll, how he tied a diamond hitch, how he favored a certain dry creek bed as the best route into the high basin we called ours. One Sunday I drove out to Matt's place to drop off a spare fan belt he needed for the hay truck, and before either of us could change the subject we both blurted the same idea. We should ride back to the old meadow, just the two of us, before the season closed and for good. Our wives understood. They packed us sandwiches and extra socks, hugged us, warned us not to be fools. We testified that we would keep our rifles clean, boil our drinking water, and be home in 2 nights. Then we trailered our horses to the same pullout Dad had favored, an elbow in the gravel road marked only by a busted reflector and a weathered Forest Service boundary sign. We saddled in cold, lifting wind, cinches stiff with chill, pad straps snapping against our gloved knuckles. I remember thinking that the mountains looked taller than I recalled, sharper at the edges, as if the air itself had honed them in Dad's absence. We swung up, shifted weight until the horses found their balance under our loads, and rode. Early October daylight is thin. Even so, by the time we reached the meadow the sun was high enough to warm our shoulders and coax resin perfume from the lodgepoles that ringed the clearing. Everything felt familiar, the slab of limestone catching light like a cathedral wall, the trickle of water whispering under frost-brown grass, the hush that gathers when you stop moving in high country and listen. We unpacked, hobbled the geldings where bunchgrass still held summer color, scraped a circle clear for the fire, and before long had the tent canvas thrown over its pole. Only then did I notice the hush was deeper than usual. No jays squabbling in the timber, no ground squirrels chirring in the rocks, and a small twinge along the base of my neck reminded me that prey animals fall silent when they smell a predator. I shrugged it off. Wolves roam the Wind Rivers nowadays, even a few grizzlies, but both species tended to stay north of here, closer to Yellowstone country. Still, out of habit I checked the cartridge gate on my 3006 before propping it against a pine trunk. The afternoon passed in the soft, yawning way mountain afternoons do. Matt and I brewed coffee, then took turns punching holes in a stump with our pistols, just to keep the barrels warm. We played a game of cribbage on Dad's old board, the one scarred by years of pocket carry. When long shadows started to soak up the sunlit grass, I announced I would try for a deer to hang overnight. Matt said he would keep camp. He wanted to start a pot of beans and write a few lines in the journal Mom had asked him to keep. I slung the rifle, bridled the leaner of the 2 horses, and followed a faint elk trail into timber that thickened and grew shadowy under tightly spaced trunks. At a notch where the ridgeline broke downward I dismounted and led the gelding, figuring the quiet crunch of hooves would cover my own footfalls. Within half a mile I saw a buck, broad antlers, sleek hide patched with winter gray, standing in the lee of a spruce. I breathed deep, lifted the rifle, settled crosshairs, and squeezed. The deer dropped, clean shot. I thanked whatever gods oversee mountain game, then knelt to open the body cavity and let heat steam into the cool evening. All the while the horse stood patient, reins looped over a deadfall, ears twitched forward as though listening for something deeper than rifle crack or my muttered words. When the field dressing was done I tied the carcass behind the saddle and started walking home. Halfway back, the gelding shied sideways hard enough to yank the lead rope from my hand. He skittered a few steps, nostrils flared, eyes rolling white. I spoke low, a string of nonsense meant to soothe, but his fear did not ebb. That was when I became aware, less by ear than by the prickling skin along my ribs, that the forest had emptied of sound. No wind in the branches, no evening bird calls, only the hush that falls when every creature chooses stillness. From somewhere upslope came a sharp crack like a thick stick snapped in two. The gelding lunged against his rope. I grabbed the knot, stroked his cheek, and whispered that we were all right. He trembled. Bears were possible, though in all my years with Dad we had never seen sign this high. Still, no sense taking chances. I led the horse faster, letting the dead deer sway against the saddle, not caring if the noise carried. Another crack sounded closer. Then nothing. A minute later the normal forest noises returned all at once as if someone had lifted a lid. Jays started their squabbling. A squirrel rattled from an aspen snag. I told myself the predator, whatever it was, had veered away. By the time I reached camp, dusk had settled. Matt looked up from the fire where beans simmered in Dad's battered pot and asked if I had spooked a bull. I told him I was not sure. Something big had paralleled me for a bit, then peeled off. We strung the deer to cool, ate supper, poured a measure of whiskey each in tin cups, and spent the next hour talking about Dad's habit of predicting weather by reading the halo around the moon. When night deepened, we kicked the fire to coals, zipped ourselves into separate tents, and tried to sleep. I remember dreaming of home, of Mom humming in the kitchen, when a sound knifed through the canvas, a single, heavy thump, followed by a grunt so deep it seemed to vibrate the ground. I sat up, heart banging, fumbling for my flashlight. The zipper on Matt's tent rasped. He whispered my name, voice edged with unease no brother wants to hear in the dark. Before I could answer, something shuffled just beyond the glow of dying coals. The horses blew through their nostrils, that rolling rush they make when alarmed, and one snorted sharp enough to echo off the limestone wall. Matt crawled into my tent without ceremony, dragging his rifle by the barrel to keep the muzzle clear. We listened. Another grunt, not like a bear exactly, more resonant, as if produced in a much larger chest cavity. Footfalls, a deliberate crunch through frost, weighty, bipedal. The animal came nearer the suspended deer carcass, paused, sniffed loud enough for us to hear membrane flex. Then came the squeal of rope under tension and the wet crack of ligament tearing. Whatever it was ripped the buck free of its lash and let the hindquarters slap earth. Matt's breathing quickened. I eased the tent flap open 2 inches and thumbed the safety on my rifle to fire. The moon was up, casting enough silver to outline shapes. I saw our line horse straining at the lead, ears plastered, whites of his eyes flashing. Beyond him loomed a silhouette so tall its head brushed the lower limbs of the spruce. Broad shoulders, arms dangling past the knees, hair matted thick across every inch of visible skin. It stooped, seized the deer with one hand, and slung the carcass across its back as if it weighed no more than a bedroll. Instinct overrode astonishment. I leaned into the rifle stock and sent a 180-grain soft point into the creature's ribs. The report shattered the stillness, rolled off rock faces like a cracking whip. The giant recoiled, released a roar that was equal parts pain and fury, then bounded into timber with strides too long for comprehension. Branches whipped in its wake. A sapling snapped. I jacked another round but saw no target, only swaying underbrush and a smear of dark on a spruce trunk that might have been blood. The night turned to ringing quiet again, except for the panicked horses. We grabbed their lead ropes, spoke calming nonsense, but they jerked and danced until sweat glistened on their shoulders even in the chill air. Matt kept the flashlight trained on the tree line. Twice a low moan drifted from deeper darkness, making the geldings tuck their tails and shiver. Neither of us suggested staying until morning. We packed by headlamp, hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to buckle one saddle cinch. We lashed what gear we could to the least nervous horse, left the rest where it lay, and mounted. The animals plunged down trail in a half-controlled scramble, more falling than walking through switchbacks. Moonlight flickered over the path, shadows leapt. Once the pack horse crow-hopped when a snag brushed his flank, and only Matt shouted woe kept him from pitching the load into a ravine. Hours later, when we reached the pickup, dawn bled pale along the horizon. Only then did the horses settle enough for us to fling blankets over their steaming backs. We drank cold coffee from the thermos, hands still trembling, and tried to name what we had seen. Words like bear and moose felt weak. Matt cleared his throat and said Sasquatch because no other label fit the dimensions, the strength. The glowing eyes we both swore were greener than any natural shine. Neither of us wanted to leave Dad's old tent, and the scattered supplies to rot in that meadow. 2 days later, after sleep and shotgun maintenance and a session of explaining to our wives that we had met a particularly foul-tempered grizzly, we returned in daylight with a borrowed trailer and a neighbor who owned 3 mules known not to spook. The meadow looked ravaged. Canvas shredded, poles splintered, cookware flattened into the duff. Deep prints, long, wide, with toes like stubby clubs, pocked the ground in loops that centered on the fire ring before veering to the spot where the deer had hung. Fresh wood chips showed where a lodge pole 6 inches thick had been snapped 10 feet up, then jammed into the coals, as if the creature had tried to extinguish any trace of our presence. The neighbor, a level-headed ranch hand who had come strictly for the muscle, stared at the damage, spat a stream of tobacco juice, and said the mess looked more like tornado work than animal sign. Matt and I made non-committal noises. We bundled what gear remained salvageable, then rode out, leaving behind only the canvas scraps and a fire pit cold as ash. Back home, Mom asked if the trip had brought us peace. I told her it had reminded us how wild Dad's wild truly was. She smiled as if she half understood, then went back to kneading bread dough. Matt and I never returned to that meadow. Sometimes he and I raise a glass to Dad on the anniversary of his passing and talk about maybe finding a new place farther south, someplace where the elk still bugle and the spruce still lean in tight. But when the discussion grows hushed, one of us inevitably recalls the silence that fell that October night, the towering figure that stepped from shadow, the way the mountains felt older and less forgiving than we had believed. In those moments we understand the wind rivers have claimed their square of ground, and the memory of our father lingers there with something else, something that does not welcome trespass. People still debate what lives in high country. Hunters whisper of upright silhouettes glimpsed at tree-lean. Fishermen swap stories of howls that rise above campfires after midnight. I do not argue with skeptics, nor do I set out trail cameras to prove what we saw. It is enough to know that when autumn snow begins to paint the ridges and a hush settles over the aspen draws, there walks a creature strong enough to deadlift a bull elk, nimble enough to vanish between heartbeats, and curious, or angry, enough to pull down a summer's memories to make its point. Call it Bigfoot, call it something older than the first boot prints in these mountains. Whatever name we choose, it stands out there tonight under the same hard stars that shone on my father's last night in the meadow, pacing the timberline, listening for any cowboy foolish enough to step off the map. I grew up in a family that never treated the strange, or the supernatural, as something to laugh off. My mother is from northern Mexico, specifically from a cluster of ranching villages an hour or so from the city of Nuevo Laredo, and every time my relatives on her side gather for a quinceañera, a wedding, or even just a summer barbecue, the conversation eventually drifts to tales that feel older than the border itself. Somebody always brings up the stories of lechuzas, those sorceresses who allegedly learn the darkest forms of witchcraft, turn themselves into enormous owls, and circle lonely roads at night in search of humans foolish enough to answer their chilling cries. When that topic starts, my aunts will bless themselves, my uncles will drink quicker, and the older cousins will sneak outside to see if the moon looks unusual. If the talk lasts long enough, someone else will change the subject to duendes, the mischievous little people who supposedly live in thorny thickets and steal shiny trinkets from children. By the time dessert arrives, the younger kids are wide-eyed and deciding whether it's safer to sleep on the couch or crawl into their parents' bed. Because those legends float around every family get-together, I suspected, even as a child, that one day I might experience something that fit the pattern. Still, growing up on the Texas side of the river outside Laredo, I also learned how easy it is to explain away odd events. A lone barn owl screeching near a cattle tank sounds frightening until you remember that ordinary owls screech too. Mysterious footprints can turn out to belong to a hungry dog. When I hit high school and then my first 2 years of college, I leaned heavily on that cautious, logical habit. I watched horror movies with friends, read creepypasta at 3 in the morning, and told myself real life rarely imitates those scripts. That attitude lasted until a sweltering night in late June of last year. At the time I was living at home with my mother in a quiet residential neighborhood on the south side of town. My father died when I was 13, So it has always been just her and me in that little stucco house. Two women trying to keep one another company in a world that sometimes feels too large. Before the pandemic, I worked evenings at a retail job, but after most businesses cut hours, I found myself restless, especially when the summer heat made it impossible to sleep before midnight. I solved the problem, at least to my own satisfaction, by taking long walks after the sun slipped behind the mesquite trees. Those walks gave me both exercise and time to grind experience points in Pokémon Go, which had made a surprise comeback among my friends. If you've never played the game, the premise is simple. Your phone shows an augmented reality map of your real surroundings. Certain churches, libraries, statues, and local businesses appear as Pokestops, where you can collect virtual supplies. Other places show up as gyms where players battle digital monsters. Every neighborhood has its own pockets of activity, and mine featured a small oncology clinic 4 blocks from my house. Because that clinic stood on the corner of a T-shaped intersection, its property line extended into an oblong parking lot that stayed mostly empty at night. The Pokestop attached to the site refreshed every few minutes, which made it convenient to stand on the sidewalk by the bus bench, spin the icon for supplies, and never trespass onto private property. For several months that routine worked without incident. I had noticed an occasional car pulling in after dark, an employee catching up on charting, or a janitor waiting for a rideshare, but nobody bothered me and I never left trash behind. Then one evening in early June I arrived to find a middle-aged man in navy slacks leaning against the clinic door with his arms folded. He wore a lanyard that read security. When he saw me step off the curb toward the lot, he shook his head, pointed to a cardboard sign taped near the entrance, and gestured for me to keep walking. The message said private property and no loitering in thick black sharpie. I felt a flash of embarrassment for having been scolded in public, even though I knew I wasn't doing anything illegal. Still, I decided not to argue. I turned around, stood on the public sidewalk, and kept catching Pokémon until I got my items. After that night the security guard became a regular fixture. From 9 p.m. till sunrise he parked a silver half-ton pickup beneath one of the orange sodium streetlights near the middle of the lot. I recognized the arrangement. The clinic didn't want homeless encampments, vandalism, or teenage drag racers after closing, so they hired somebody to sit in a truck and dial 911 if trouble showed up. His presence didn't really affect me. I could stand on the sidewalk, out of his jurisdiction, mind my business, and leave when I felt satisfied, or when the Texas humidity convinced me it was time for a shower. On the night that changed my opinion of the whole area, I ate supper with my mom around 8, helped her wash dishes, then announced I would be walking to the stop to take advantage of a double XP event in the game. She told me to be careful and reminded me that the news had run a short segment about catalytic converter thefts from parked cars. I promised to stay alert. Grabbing a rechargeable LED flashlight and a small handheld taser, both gifts from a protective aunt who believed no woman should travel empty-handed, I set off under a sky still glowing faintly pink from the day's afterburn. Walking 2 blocks south, I passed manicured lawns, chain-link fences, and 2 yapping chihuahuas who treated every pedestrian like a home invasion suspect. A night-blooming jasmine spilled fragrance over the sidewalk. From inside one house came the faint buzz of a televised baseball game. Everything felt as ordinary as a Thursday in June could feel. A third block brought me within sight of the oncology facility. The property was shaped like a shallow triangle, its longest side paralleling the street, the apex anchored by a 3-story tall marquee sign built of poured concrete and faced with sun-yellowed plexiglass panels. Faint outlines of letters remained from old tenants whose leases had lapsed a decade earlier. The clinic's own lettering, Frederick's Cancer Center, stood on the uppermost panel, but the internal bulbs had burned out long before I started my nighttime routes, so the sign loomed darker than the parking lot illumination behind it. As usual, I could see the security guard's pickup under the pole light. The man himself sat behind the wheel, the glow of a cell phone screen lighting half his face blue-white. He glanced up long enough to identify me as the harmless girl who stayed on the sidewalk, then returned to whatever video or text thread kept him company. I did my normal routine, phone out, fingers flicking poke balls toward imaginary creatures hovering in patches of starlight. While I played, I noticed a rhythmic click-click-click sound. At first it reminded me of an old neon beer sign trying to start, short bursts, a single pause, then another burst. I assumed the noise came from inside the clinic's mechanical room, maybe a bad relay in the air conditioning system. But as I tuned my ears, I recognized the clicks were coming not from the building but from the big unlit marquee, specifically, from the highest platform that supported the plexiglass. I didn't grow alarmed right away. Strange noises are part of city life. Birds roost in odd spots. Plastic sheeting warps with temperature changes. Yet a hint of southern Mexican superstition crept up my spine. In the stories my grandmother told, lechuzas often perched on the highest available post to watch the road and choose which unwary soul to harass. The old caution surfaced in my mind: don't whistle after dark, don't answer a woman's voice you can't see, don't insult an owl because you may be insulting something that hears every word. Instead of retreating, I did the opposite of what instinct urged. I stepped closer, curiosity nudging me under the false security of the street lamp. Once beneath the sign, I tilted my chin and tried to pierce the darkness between the plywood ribs. Nothing was visible, only a wedge of starless black where the backlight panel should have glimmered. For a second the clicking paused. Silence stretched tight. From that silence erupted a shriek so sudden and powerful it vibrated my teeth. The sound was neither wholly human nor wholly animal. Imagine a woman stepping on broken glass while drowning, her cry layered with the metallic ripping of a sewing machine stuck in reverse. That was the nearest comparison my mind supplied. My knees wobbled. Reflex made me swing the flashlight beam upward, though the brightness faded before reaching the platform. All I illuminated were dust motes, and the sign's chipped underside. The security guard's reaction occurred in the same instant. His driver's side door flung open. His right boot hit pavement. He craned his neck to stare toward the sign's top. Whatever he saw in that split second drained his face of color. He snatched his foot back inside and slammed the door. Metallic clunks followed as he slapped the lock switches. Even from my angle I noticed his shoulders rise to his ears. He crouched behind the steering wheel as though expecting bullets, or claws, to pierce the window. I realized then that if the professional hired to watch the property wanted no part of what was above me, I should not want it either. My brain screamed for flight, but an older reflex, something Dad had drilled into me, took over. He used to say, if you ever feel trapped, make yourself look unpredictable. A wild animal might weigh the risk and leave. I could not shoot sparks from my bare hands, but I carried the next best thing. With my left hand I yanked the small taser from my belt clip, thumbed the safety, and pressed the activation prongs toward the sky. A burst of white-blue arcs spat outward with a crack harder than the security guard's truck door. The smell of melted ozone singed the air. I clicked again and again, aiming the strobe of sparks where I imagined the scream had lodged. No follow-up wail came. Instead I heard a flurry of motion on the opposite side of the sign, the side facing the dim marsh grass. Whatever perched there appeared to slide down the back or leap outward, I'm not sure which. Tall cattails rustled. Water slopped. Then the night plunged into hush. I hesitated only long enough to fire one last warning burst from the taser. Then I backed away from the sign, eyes darting between the shadowed thicket and the locked truck. The guard watched me through the windshield, lips moving in what looked like a silent prayer. When I reached the sidewalk, he raised one hand half an inch off the wheel, palm out, not so much a wave as the smallest possible acknowledgement of shared terror. I turned away and walked, not running but power walking, the line between fear and panic measured by how hard my heels hit concrete. Past the clinic sprawled a narrow strip of undeveloped land. Local kids called it a swamp, though it was more like a seasonal drainage basin. Cattails, black water pooled around algae-coated culverts, the smell of standing liquid baked under mesquite's shade. On daylight jogs I sometimes heard frogs there. Now the place seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. I resisted the urge to aim my flashlight into the reeds. Half the survival instinct in me wanted to see, and the other half thought too much seeing might stop my heart. My phone vibrated, probably a Pokemon spawn notification, but I ignored it and slipped the device into my pocket. The fewer distractions, the faster my response time if something lunged from the dark. I kept one finger on the taser's trigger and fought the ridiculous notion that I should call out in Spanish, "In the name of Christ, leave me be." Grandmother swore those words could scatter unholy things, but Dad's practical wisdom echoed louder. You can't bluff a coyote with prayers. You keep sharp and stay moving. Block by block my neighborhood unfolded in familiar shapes. The jasmine hedge, the chihuahuas, mercifully asleep indoors, the glow of our porch light where Mom had left it burning in case I lingered past 11. When I opened the front door, my legs felt boneless. I slid the security chain across, sank onto the entryway bench, and let adrenaline raise and wane through my bloodstream. I wanted to keep the experience to myself, yet knew silence would gnaw. Within minutes I texted my aunt, the one who buys self-defense gadgets and believes wholeheartedly in spooks. My message rambled. Something screamed at me from on top of the oncology sign. I think it was a bruja in owl form. The guard saw it too and freaked out. I'm okay, but I'm shaking. She replied with a string of prayer hand emojis and an admonition to bathe in blessed salt water. 5 minutes later my phone buzzed with Mom's ringtone. Of course my aunt had called her. That was not surprising. What surprised me was how little skepticism Mom expressed. She listened, inhaled sharply when I described the scream, then said in Spanish, La oscuridad te quiere de vuelta, darkness wants you back. I understood her reference. Years earlier I had drifted into occult curiosities, tarot spreads by candlelight, midnight mirror rituals, invitations to spirits I hoped were friendly. I abandoned that phase after a particularly bleak depression. Mom had welcomed the change, encouraging every rosary, every confession, every Sunday Massachusetts. Hearing her now invoke that past, claiming that some shadow remembered me, felt like being told an old enemy still watched from a distance. Even under direct light in my own room I could not shake the sound. The noise replayed until sleep overtook me near dawn. When I woke the sun made ordinary patterns on the ceiling, yet the memory remained razor vivid. All day I searched local news sites for reports of escaped exotic birds, pranksters with megaphones, vandals targeting clinics. Nothing matched. Toward evening curiosity nudged me to drive, not walk, drive, past the oncology lot. The security guard's truck was absent. A temporary closed sign hung on the clinic door. Whether the closure was scheduled or reactionary I couldn't tell, but the timing tightened my throat. Days became weeks. Humidity climbed, the marsh dried to cracked mud, and mosquitoes hatched from anything that held water. I avoided that intersection. Through mutual acquaintances I learned the clinic had ended its night watch contract, claiming budget reasons. When I pictured the guard's stricken face, budget sounded like a tidy excuse for too afraid to stay. One Sunday afternoon my oldest cousin hosted a cookout. After plates emptied and children drifted indoors to watch cartoons, the adults circled lawn chairs beneath a shade tarp. The conversation, drifting as always, landed on paranormal run-ins, an uncle's brush with La Llorona near the Rio Grande levee, a neighbor's strange footprints behind a barn. I listened quietly, weighing whether to add my own update. Before I could decide, Mom cleared her throat and said, in Spanish, that evil sometimes tests the repentant by returning in the form that first enticed them. She glanced at me but did not elaborate. Nobody asked? The group accepted the statement as easily as they had accepted all the others. That night I reread journal entries from the months when tarot cards and sigils cluttered my desk. I recognized loneliness on those pages, the kind that can drive a person to invite anything that promises a reply. Maybe the scream atop the sign was a reminder of how thin the barrier is between invitation and intrusion. Or maybe it was a literal, physical creature, one of the rare snowy owls that occasionally drift south. Those snowy owls make no sound like that, and none grow tall enough to frighten a hired guard. Logic kept tripping over details, and superstition filled the gaps. Summer ended. Classes resumed at the community college, part-time hours at the store returned, and my nightly walks shifted to daylight jogs. Still, when clouds gather low and the streetlights flicker on, I sometimes picture that triangular parking lot and the silent marquee that guards its corner. I see myself standing alone, tilting my head, and I feel again the instant before the scream shattered my disbelief. I doubt I will ever stand beneath that sign again. If a stranger asked what I encountered, I would struggle to choose vocabulary. Lechuza is the closest word my upbringing offers, the witch-made owl whose cry is an omen or a lure. But attaching any single name to the experience feels like trying to nail mist to a wall. I know only that something wearing the shape of darkness itself watched me, voiced a rage beyond human, and vanished when confronted with sparks of electricity. Maybe that proves it feared the light. Maybe it simply decided a taser-wielding woman was not worth the effort. Mom likes to say that faith and caution must travel together. I pray now more than I once did, and I do not leave the house after sunset without ensuring the taser is fully charged. My aunt insists we should visit a curandera to seal whatever door the scream tried to reopen. I have not ruled out the idea. Meanwhile, I cling to one certainty: we share our neighborhoods, our streets, and even our quietest corners with things older than city permits and clinic hours. Most nights those things remain unseen. But when they choose to speak, the voice they use can cleave ordinary life like thunder. On that humid June night I heard such a voice. It reminded me, and perhaps the reluctant security guard, that not every legend fades when we dismiss it. Some legends perch in high places, waiting, opening unseen beaks, ticking their claws against sun-bleached plastic until the curious look up. And when that happens, the world too often gives no explanation, only the echo of a scream that follows you all the way home, whispering that courage is sometimes nothing more than walking past the marsh grass without daring to glance sideways. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I grew up with salt on the air and the crash of water in my ears. The coast of Ireland shaped every hour of my childhood, and even now, many years later, I can still measure the seasons by the taste of wind that comes off the Atlantic. People who live far from the sea often imagine it as a holiday postcard: blue water, white sand, umbrellas, bright towels, the sun a friendly coin in a tame sky. That version exists here too, but only for a brief, busy sliver of the calendar. From June through the first week of September, busloads of day trippers pour into towns like the one where I was born, Ballycastle, and they claim the promenade, the cafes, and every square meter of beach. They buy ice creams, post photographs, then drive away again, believing they have tasted the real North Coast. They do not know the colder months, when the shoreline empties and the sea becomes something older, wilder, and larger than language. I have always loved those bleak seasons best. The sky flattens into pewter, the wind tears at hedge and eave, and the waves boom like iron dropped from the clouds. Standing alone on a deserted strand in January or February, I feel that I am listening not just to water and wind but to a deeper pulse, an ancient drum still beating under everything that humans build. My parents' house sits a few minutes' walk from that drum. Climb the green hill behind the back garden, follow a track that tumbles down through gorse and grass, and you reach an expanse of sand that stretches in a long, loose curve from the harbor wall all the way to a knot of dunes 3 miles to the west. In summer those dunes carry candy floss wrappers, lost flip-flops, and the echo of radio music. Between late October and the first warmth of April, though, they carry only mist, the bark of unseen gulls, and sometimes, if you stand very still, footsteps that do not belong to you. I was a solitary child, not by choice but by instinct. At school I drifted at the edge of groups, speaking when spoken to but rarely venturing onto the noisy ground where alliances formed and dissolved in a single lunch hour. Part of the distance came from being queer in a small town. I had no words for it then and certainly no courage to name it aloud, but I felt the difference in my bones, a mild electric hum that put me at one remove from the rough jokes and bravado of other boys. I hid the hum under good marks, kept my head down, and waited for a time when I could live at a proper volume. In the meantime I walked. Every afternoon after homework I slipped from the kitchen, left a note for Ma'am if she had not seen me go, and padded down the lane toward the water. The roar of the tide drowned out the small classroom cruelties still buzzing behind my eyes, and the wind combed worry from my muscles. By the winter I turned 17, those walks had become longer and lonelier. I stretched them until the last margin of daylight, testing how far I could travel before darkness made return dangerous. Not dangerous in the ordinary sense. There was little crime and even less countryside traffic at that hour, but dangerous in the way shadowed land can be when a person's mind is crowded with heavy thoughts. Still, I preferred the hush of the beach to the hush of my bedroom. The rules of water felt simpler than the rules of people. I always began at the same place, the lifeboat hut near the harbor. From there I followed firm sand dotted with whelk shells and storm glass, sometimes veering closer to the surf to watch foam wrinkle around my shoes. 2 miles on, the land shifted. Dunes rose in undisciplined heaps, stitched together by maram roots. Broken basalt jutted from wet sand like the backs of sleeping monsters. Here the shore narrowed into a shallow cove that hardly anyone visited except the occasional dog walker in summer. The cove faced northwest, which meant the sun set straight across the mouth of it, laying a lane of silver up the length of the sea. That silver looked almost like a road into some bright country where I might pass unnoticed and unafraid. It was early April when the event happened, the one memory that still shakes me awake some nights. The day had been drier than most, but a thin braid of cloud clung stubbornly to the western horizon, promising rain later. The light was weak, diluted by distance, yet enough remained to outline the dunes and paint the surf lilac. I walked fast, head down, not chasing anything except the quiet that begins when a person at last runs out of questions to ask himself. Perhaps an hour had passed when I rounded a tangle of black rock and froze. Someone lay on the sand of the cove. At first I thought it might be a swimmer caught by cramp, a drunk collapsed after an out-of-season party, or even a seal hauled out farther from the water than usual. Then the shape clarified. It was unmistakably human, and unmistakably unclothed. No coat, no shoes, not even towel or trousers scattered nearby. The skin, a fact I remember too well, gleamed. I do not mean the ordinary polish of salt water on pale flesh. I mean a shimmer as though the person's whole body had been lacquered with the very sheen that beads on wet pebbles at sundown. He lay half on his side, knees drawn slightly toward chest, one arm extended as if he had reached for something and then slept. Shame should have driven me to avert my gaze, but I stood pinned. The breeze had shifted. No gulls cried. The hush felt heavy, like a quilt laid across sky and sea and sand. I wanted to speak, to ask if he needed help, but my voice stuck. I remember noting details with a clinical part of my mind, limbs long, hands narrow, no visible hair on arms or legs though the light might have hidden stubble, shoulders sculpted yet somehow fragile, the way driftwood can look both smooth and worn thin. His face was turned toward the setting sun, and under that last purple glow it looked young, perhaps my own age, perhaps a little older. The pause ended when his eyelids flicked open. He saw me. Silence thickened into something dangerous. His eyes held mine, and I saw they were gray not in the simple sense of light blue gone dull, but gray like slate, gray like a storm about to tear roofs from cottages, gray that belonged more to winter ocean than to any normal iris. I felt exposed the way a rabbit must when it hears wings overhead. He surged upright. The movement was too fluid, too sudden for flesh that had rested in near-freezing wind. I thought he might run toward me or cry for a coat, but instead he spun, disappeared behind the nearest cluster of rocks, and re-emerged carrying what I mistook for fabric. It hung from both hands, slippery, heavy, colorless like rolling fog. The illusion of cloth lasted only a heartbeat. It was not cloth at all. It was something thicker, weightier, something that seemed to bend the fading light inside its folds. He sprinted to the water's edge, feet carving damp sand, and the entire time he stared over one shoulder past the rocks, past the foam line, straight into me. Panic flashed, raw and bright, yet in it I sensed calculation, too. He was not pleading. He was warning. He plunged into knee-deep surf, and the strange shape he carried, by then I recognized it for a hide, a complete pelt without seams, wrapped itself around him as naturally as breath. There was no fumbling, no fastening, no pause. One moment a trembling human stood waist deep, the next the water heaved under a seal's powerful chest. The creature's head broke surface once, eyes glittering in twilight. Then it arched and dove, vanishing beneath black water. I ran forward until foam soaked my boots. I scanned the horizon for any sign, ripples, whiskered muzzle, silver flash, but the skin of the sea smoothed itself flat. Wind returned, curling spindrift around my knees. Reality buckled. I remember pressing both palms over my ribs, afraid the thud of my heart might break them. No dream had ever left salt freezing in my lashes. No story told by old fishermen at the harbor could have conjured such immediate terror or beauty. I stood until the cold gnawed through socks, and then I turned for home under a moon that had crept above cloud, its face hard and white. My parents scolded when I arrived, trousers soaked, an hour late for dinner. I mumbled excuses about losing track of distance. My mother noticed how I stared at windows, as though expecting the night itself to peer back, but she assumed teenage moods and let it drop. I carried dishes to the sink, hands trembling so badly a fork clattered onto tiles. Ma'am laid her own hand over mine and asked if I was ill. I said only that the wind had got into my bones. She made hot tea. I forced half the cup down, then retreated to my room where I opened a small laptop earned by summer work in a local cafe. I typed "Seal human folklore" and spent hours burrowing through websites, library catalogs, scanned pamphlets printed a century earlier. At first the stories seemed quaint, fishermen who claimed to hear music from moonlit shores, crofters who insisted their great-great-grandmother had been stolen by a man after he found her seal coat hidden in a cleft of rock. Over time darker versions surfaced. A man kept his seal wife for 20 years by hiding her skin, fathered children with her, and one day she discovered her coat buried under floorboards. She kissed the sleeping children, walked to the sea, and was never seen again. A crofter's sons chased seals with clubs. Next morning their mother vanished along with half the hens, and her shawl was later found tangled in kelp. Themes repeated: yearning for home waters, the wrongness of captivity, the inevitability of return to sea. I read until dawn silvered my curtains. When birds finally chorused, I lay down without undressing and dreamed of gray eyes huge as planets. In the weeks that followed, I balanced schoolwork with ritual pilgrimages back to the cove. I timed arrivals to coincide with low tide at dusk, convinced the creature, I could not stop calling the being he, might choose similar conditions. Each visit I scanned rocks for any glimmer of silver pelt, for footprints too large or too webbed to belong to ordinary swimmers. Nothing. Sometimes seals did appear farther out. They regarded me with the resigned curiosity typical of their kind, heads bobbing like fat commas on the sentence of each wave. One afternoon 3 lay side by side on a half-submerged slab, raising sleek noses to the wind. The smallest turned its face toward me and held my gaze longer than comfort allowed. In the gold wash of sunset, its fur sparkled as if dusted by powdered metal. I lifted a hand. It did not wave back, yet I imagined some flicker of recognition in those dark eyes. Perhaps I projected hope onto an innocent animal. Or perhaps Selkies know how to hide themselves behind the perfectly ordinary. Summer arrived. Tourists returned, clogging chipped shops and leaving striped windbreakers flapping at the high tide line. With them came extended family keen to rent spare rooms and relive childhood memories of rock pooling, leaving me less solitude. I took a seasonal job on the promenade, selling coffee in cardboard cups. The cove became inaccessible, every narrow lane and lay-by filled with camper vans. Sulky thoughts retreated to the back of my skull, though never vanished. Sometimes after closing the kiosk I walked the pier and pictured a gray shape threading water just beyond sodium lights, waiting for a season when Earth quiets again. Time, as it does, moved. University in Belfast, new friends, freshers' fairs, the dizzy relief of discovering that other queer lives did exist outside whispered corners. Yet any holiday that brought me home also brought me to the sea, alone, always hoping and always half afraid. The story could pause there, an ambiguous meeting, one witness, no proof, but something else occurred almost 3 years after that first encounter. It was late November, my second year at Queen's, and term break rushed students back to families. I traveled north a few days early for Mam's birthday. Gales battered the coast that week, flinging spindrift high over harbor walls. I should have stayed indoors by the stove, but the old pull nod. I reached the beach 2 hours before sunset, gusts shoving at my parka. Foam skittered across flats like ghost crabs. Instead of rounding dunes toward the cove, I chose the safer upper path. Wind shrieked so fiercely that walking on open sand felt foolish. Even from the ridge I glimpsed white caps hammered flat by gusts. The cove would be flooding with each heavy roller. I crouched in marram to catch breath and saw movement below. Not human, darker than foam, lighter than rock. A seal? No, the shape was wrong, taller, shoulders hunched. It walked upright along the tide line, but each step tottered as though the creature fought invisible weight. Both arms hugged some bundle against its chest. The wind ripped sound away, but I sensed the stress in the jerk of its head, the twitch of knees. Under lowering cloud the figure's skin shone faintly, not luminous, exactly, more like wet slate. My lungs pinched. I remembered gray eyes and silver pelt and knew. A log lay near my knees. I seized it, half meaning to wave, half fearing I might need defense if the being was not the same gentle presence I once witnessed motionless on sand. Instead I shouted, a raw call that wind shredded. The figure flinched, turned its face up to the dune. Though distance blurred features, those eyes, paler than storm clouds, locked onto mine. In their depths, panic and something deeper flared, pleading. Then I understood the bundle. It was a second hide, limp, sodden, tangled around limp limbs. There was another figure cradled within it, smaller, unmoving. Perhaps a child, perhaps wounded, or dead. My heart hammered so loudly I felt each pulse in my eardrums. The standing Selkie took one step toward surf. A wave slammed, knocking both creatures flat. They disappeared beneath churning white. I scrambled dune slope, slid half on boots half on backside, crashed onto hard sand, ran. Water sucked at ankles, nearly took my footing, but I pressed through, scanning desperate. A head breached 20 meters out, the larger Selkie struggling to keep hold of the other. I could do nothing. The rip current there is strong enough to drag tractors. I yelled again. The Selkie angled its face, sea sluiced over brow, eyes, muzzle, and for a single heartbeat I believed it might swim toward me seeking help. Instead it shook once, a violent motion that seemed both defiant and resigned, turned, and vanished beneath the next foaming wall. They did not surface. I waited, 10 minutes, 20, knees numb and surge, clothes heavy with freezing salt. Nothing. Eventually I crawled to dry ground and retreated shivering along the path, certain that if I looked back I would see those gray eyes riding a breaker. I did not look. Back home Mam fussed over the state of me, made attempts to ring local Coast Guard, but I refused. What would I report? A seal drowning near the cove? A man carrying a wetsuit? No search crew would risk lives for hallucinations. I swallowed hot whiskey, claimed tidal spray had doused me, and slept 12 hours. The next day news reached town of a mass of seals spotted miles east, unusual for season and numbers. Some fishermen claimed they saw something larger among them, guiding pups beyond nets. Others said rubbish, stories for tourists. I kept silent. Years have drifted since. I live in Dublin now, teach history, collect old maritime folklore in my spare time. Sometimes I lecture on monster myths, using them to explain how cultures process loneliness, exile, hunger. I speak academically about selkies, reference ballads, legal records of seal hunts, marriage superstitions. The students nod, take notes. None guess that I still wake before dawn, certain I can taste brine and hear distant barking. None know that inside a metal tin on my desk lies a single smooth pebble, pale gray with a vein of quartz. I found it the morning after the storm, right where the Selkie had plunged into waves, as though tide had laid an apology. When lecture hall's empty and dusk climbs windows, I rub that stone between thumb and forefinger, and remember a glow like moonlit water running under skin. Do I believe Selkies exist? I believe the sea keeps more than we can measure, and sometimes when the margin between worlds thins, it lets us glimpse what belongs to salt instead of to land. I was 17, lonely, aching for proof that beauty survived the cruelty of hallways and whispers, and the sea answered with a boy made of tide shimmer. I did not save him, nor he me, yet for the length of a held breath we recognized one another across the sand. If he returns on some wild, empty night, I hope the shore is bare of hunters. I hope the moon paints him silver, his family safe beside him. And I hope, from a respectful distance beyond the rocks, I am there, not to grab, not to question, only to watch the dance and know that wonder is real, and kindness means leaving the coat where it lies. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I still remember that winter the way other people remember a first love, or the first time they climbed behind the wheel of a car and took it onto the open road. The details have never faded. I can call them up as easily as I can breathe. The brittle ache of frost underfoot, the pale daylight that never seemed to move from the edge of the horizon, the way the wind came sliding in through every gap around the farmhouse windows so that the glass rattled like loose teeth in a skull. When I close my eyes I can see my uncle's land exactly as it was back then, every fence post and tree line, every rut in the driveway and loose slat in the porch boards. The farm sat on a narrow, unpaved track so far from the nearest small town that the road did not even show up on county maps. On three sides we were surrounded by forests so dense a person could step 10 paces from the tree line and vanish from view. The fourth side was an open slope of field that fell away toward the creek, and beyond the creek the timber rose again, dark and endless. I was 16 that year, the oldest grandchild and, at least in my own mind, too grown to be frightened by stories. Yet everyone at my uncle's table swapped those stories as naturally as city people talk about traffic. My grandfather Freeman told most of them, leaning back in the ancient rocking chair he had set out on the porch facing the woods. Freeman was thin as barbed wire and tougher than old hickory, and once the daylight drained away he would settle into that rocker with his battered double-barreled 10-gauge across his knees. The walnut stock had been polished glass smooth by decades of use, and the lock had the kind of gleam that only shows where sweat and weather have rubbed away the original bluing. Freeman never wasted words. When we asked why he carried the shotgun every single night, he would only glance toward the pines and say, "After sundown the woods aren't ours." He had a deep, measured voice, a voice built for telling truths no one else wanted to believe. Gran, her name was Ruby, refused to contradict him. Ruby was the kind of woman whose pies won blue ribbons at the county fair, and whose stare could freeze a grown man halfway through a swearword. If Freeman said the shotgun was necessary, she baked extra shells of cornbread and left him on the porch to watch the darkness as though it were an unwelcome neighbor. Freeman and Ruby let my cousin and me roam just about anywhere in daylight, but at dusk Ruby would ring the dinner bell that hung off the porch eave, and no matter how far we'd wandered we were expected to get the message, turn around, and be home before the sun spilled below the treetops. The rule was that simple. Still, boys being boys, we pushed it every chance we could. My cousin Jesse, he was 12 then, had a sharp grin and a sharper mind for mischief. Where I stood almost 6 feet tall but thin as a length of baling wire, Jesse was small, wiry, and always 3 steps ahead of trouble. We shared everything that mattered, the same second-hand boots, the same .22 pumps, and the same suspicion that winter evenings were wasted if you spent them indoors. Freeman called the stretch of timber across the road the back acres, though no surveyor's tape or deed line had ever found a rear boundary. The forest there was older than any fence, older than the farmhouse itself, with oak and sweet gum and sycamore crowding so thick no midsummer sun could reach the floor. In that darkness wild vines latticed themselves around trunks until bark and foliage became one living snarl. Panthers made their lairs in hollows near the creek. Wild hogs rooted up huckleberry shrubs. On calm nights the hoot of owls carried clear enough to raise the hair on your neck. Those woods were dangerous, yes, but to us they were also a kind of proving ground. Every path we cut, every deer stand we rigged, felt like claiming territory. That autumn, though, something felt different the moment Jesse and I stepped past the gravel and into the leaf mold. It was as if the tree boles had shifted a fraction of an inch in our absence, creating new corridors and new shadows where none had existed. We started deeper than usual, following game sign half out of habit and half out of a desire to test how far the day would stretch. By the time we looked up, the sun was slanting west faster than we liked. In the span of 10 heartbeats, the light got dragged behind clouds the color of a healing bruise. Wind died down so quick it felt like we were plugging our ears. No branches rattled. Even the squirrels that usually scolded us from upper limbs seemed to have slunk away. Jesse nudged my elbow. The kid didn't scare easy, but his eyes looked big as hackberries. He and I began a long stride, then a jog, angling northeast toward the logging road that would spit us out by the mailbox. We made it maybe 100 yards before the undergrowth to our left erupted. For the briefest flash I assumed hogs, dangerous, sure, but at least familiar. Then came a growl that set every vertebra in my spine knocking against the next. A hog can grunt mean enough to raise blisters, yet what split the silence that evening had a note of rage nearly human. I turned, expecting at worst a panther. What met my stare was no animal catalogued in any field guide. It stood roughly as tall as my chest, stooped at shoulders that jutted like broken fence posts. Its skin looked like weathered limestone shot through with river mud gray. Bones pressed so tight against that strange hide you could trace rib and collar, and hip as easily as reading Braille. Where a muzzle should have sat, the face flattened into a snarl with lipless gums and teeth like knapped flint. Worse than the form was the color of its gaze. Those eyes burned red, not the amber shine of a deer caught in headlights, not the curious yellow of a raccoon at night, but a bank-cold glow that read intention. Jesse obeyed instinct. He wheeled and pounded through knuckly roots and rotted logs, sprinting blind for home. I dipped left, trying to follow the creature's course. It thundered parallel to me, pace effortless in spite of its spare frame. Bark shivered where claw tips scored. Another voice shrieked above, shrill as brakes locking on a wet road, and a second shape glided between branches, bigger than the first, wings stretched wide like the span of a hang glider. The winged one arced overhead, then darted downward until treetops whipped apart under its weight. The ground runner seemed to cede pursuit. I caught sight of it banking toward Jesse's lane, mouth splitting open in what looked heartbreakingly close to triumph. The treeline appeared so sudden the field's dim glow seared my retinas. One moment forest, next moment colorless dusk and the farmhouse crouched beyond the ditch. The porch light glared as bright as any lighthouse. Jesse hit the steps ahead of me, howling for the door. I barreled through the screen frame so hard the mesh tore loose. We both stumbled onto braided oval rugs, panting like lathered horses. Porch boards popped. Freeman nudged the broken screen wide, both barrels braced on his shoulder. He stared into treetops with the composure of a man setting fence posts, then eased back inside without firing. Whatever had chased us melted from sight. The stillness that followed felt surgical. Freeman said only, "See why the rule's there." He baked my cheeks. Shame and terror tasted like brackish metal on my tongue. Neither he nor Ruby asked for more details, and for that I was grateful. I fell asleep where I sat, head against the plaster wall, knees still jackhammering. Morning flayed away any hope it had been a hallucination. I stepped outside for a cigarette. Jesse slept so hard nothing short of cannon fire could wake him, and saw 3 silhouettes stationed just inside first-row pines. They looked carved from slate, motionless, each a head taller than Freeman. Their proportions marked them as kin to the runner, right down to the flick of a tail coiled around ankles like a sleeping serpent. Cold pins pricked my scalp. Freeman already occupied the rocking chair, pipe ember pulsing. Without lifting his gaze, he tapped ash over the rail. "Great. You boys went and riled the gargoyles." He spoke the word gargoyles the way somebody else might say rats. Annoyance, not surprise. As though stone-winged horrors were merely one more chore on a long list. Fix gate hinge, feed hens, shoo monsters back to hell. That morning set the tone for the months that followed. Sunrise pursued them away, yet as soon as dusk pooled under eaves we caught glimpses again, first one, then two, Sometimes a half-dozen crouched atop fence posts or perched on the ridge of the machinery shed, wings furled tight. They never crossed open yard while daylight lingered, but as twilight thinned to gauze we'd hear scuffling feet, talons tapping corrugated tin, or the low grinding growl that had knotted every muscle in my back during that chase. Freeman took precautions without show. He replaced ordinary bulbs with high-wattage quartz floods, rigged them on motion sensors covering every blind corner. He taught Jesse how to cut 3-inch shells for the 10-gauge and how to load them with nickel-plated buck. He walked the fence line at noon, driving iron stakes deeper into susceptible earth, and strung fresh lines of barbed wire where hogs had flattened the old. Night after night I lay listening to boards creak as Freeman paced porch length, that shotgun always balanced ready. Nothing ugly happened until January. True, winter there arrives late, but when it does the temperature can knife down without pity. That evening Jesse and I had stacked the last of the oak by the kitchen door and been sent inside for cocoa. Freeman stayed hunched over the spluttering flame in the burned barrel, coaxing fresh wood so Ruby's washwater would heat. I carried 2 mugs to the window and watched him. My breath fogged the glass. Outside breath plumed from his lips like a locomotive. A shape detached from shadows near the corn crib. Even at 30 yards, winter starlight shone off its hide enough to paint each ridge of spine. It moved with uncanny silence on clawed feet, headed straight for Freeman. I bellowed. Freeman wheeled, shouldering the ancient double as natural as lungs. The monster froze. Behind it, 2 more slid from dark. Their heads were longer, heavier, the brow ridges knife-edged. Freeman did not fire. He braced, finger tight on front trigger, tracking whichever would spring first. I don't know if the sound burst from me or from Jesse beside me, a raw, involuntary war cry. In that instant every bad choice I'd ever made shook hands with courage I didn't know I possessed. I jerked the .22 from its rack, flung open the door, and let instinct haul me onto the porch. By rights a .22 shouldn't worry anything wearing a shell thick as river rock, but I racked the lever and sent 5 rounds snapping across hardpan. The noise alone shattered the standoff. All 3 creatures crouched, blocking headlights for a half-second, then launched into air. Wings cracked downward, stirring dust cyclones. They shot across moon disks so fast I almost believed I'd imagined forms. After that night the gargoyles kept their distance, until early March, when the temperature began its halting climb. Snowmelt turned the pasture to soup, and fog settled so heavy you could lift curls of it off porch railings. The air felt charged, as though thunderheads hovered just beyond sight. Foreboding skulked room to room, tugging our nerves until conversations turned brittle. The final confrontation came on a Wednesday. The afternoon had warmed into something nearly gentle, and Gran declared she would drive to town for feed, leaving Freeman in the rocker, double barrel across thighs. An hour after her truck rumbled away, dusk drained through the treetops like ink poured from a bottle. Fog thickened. Freeman lit a kerosene lantern and placed it at the porch edge. I'd stepped out with spare shells when a rustle yanked every eye to the driveway. A single gargoyle crouched on the trunk of Ruby's car, claws dimpling paint. Lamplight licked the creature's skin into glistering pewter. Its eyes were dull coals smoldering. When Freeman shouted, it cocked its head, curious, almost playful. He leveled both barrels. I prayed he'd fire. Instead, the creature seemed to sense challenge, rose full height, and I understood dread on a scale books never taught. Wings arched wider than the sedan's length, muscle cords twisted under stone-colored hide. Freeman squeezed triggers. 2 blasts bloomed orange, roared battering walls. I expected those slugs to punch craters straight through and out. They struck like hail on slate, sparking shards. The gargoyle shrieked, a sound thick with fury. Its chest heaved, but it did not bleed. With one savage lunge it hammered the car roof, metal buckling like tin. Freeman racked the breech, snapped fresh shells home, but I grabbed his arm, dragging him backward, shouting for Jesse to hold the door. We slammed the latch. Glass rattled as the monster vaulted onto roof shingles. Beams groaned. One terrific impact caved part of the attic ceiling. Plaster snowed into the hallway. Then silence. 10 seconds. 30. Something scuttled down siding and out of earshot. We waited an hour before lifting windows. The thing was gone. Dawn revealed damage, shingles scattered like broken plates, a fist-sized hole punched through cedar siding where the monster must have braced claw to leap. Across the yard in pale frost we found 3 gouges sinking deep into soft earth, talon prints as wide as dinner plates. Ruby returned, lips pressed bloodless at the sight. She and Freeman conferred behind the tractor shed. The next week contractors arrived to install halogen poles around every building. Wiring was buried 4 feet deep. Motion sensors covered 360 degrees. Freeman bought new locks, heavier chains, a pumped shotgun for Jesse and 8.30-06 for me. Night after night he maintained his vigil, but the gargoyles never came that close again. People ask whether those months were nightmare or miracle. I've spent half my life chiseling memory for explanations. Biologists shrug, ancient species, misidentified owls. Geologists laugh at the notion of living stone. Ministers talk of demons. All I can confess is what the moonlight showed, a thin creature whose hide reflected lantern yellow, whose eyes burned red, whose shriek hollowed out my bones. It did not belong to daytime reason. Yet it prowled those woods as surely as panthers. Jesse is grown now, married, kids of his own. When I visit, sometimes we stroll the back acres at noon. The undergrowth has reclaimed old trails. Saplings crowd where we once sprinted for survival. Sometimes, the wind goes still, and we pause without meaning to. Even in broad sunshine, some part of us waits for gray-hide shapes to peel from tree bark. Freeman's rocker stands empty these days, though family keeps the barrels oiled. At dusk the new security floods ignite, and forest edge flinches under white glare. Once in a while, when fog crawls low, neighbors swear they hear wings scudding across clouds, heading farther into nowhere. Maybe that is enough. The line between our world and whatever watches just beyond the timber has held since that winter. Gran still rings the dinner bell. Children still know the rule. Home by sundown, doors locked, curtains drawn, lights burning bright against anything that belongs to darkness. And if the porch boards creak under weight no human footstep could match, we remind ourselves of the shotgun's thunder, the stubbornness of old men, and the fact that even gargoyles, for all their rage, seem to understand the language of boundary. I still argue with myself about whether this was the single worst decision of my life or simply the most foolish. The truth is probably both. I was 22 that winter and there was nothing new or unusual about driving north for late-season muzzleloader. I had been hunting since I was tall enough to carry a single-shot .410, and by 2020 I owned more blaze orange clothing than dress shirts. On the surface the plan looked harmless. Borrow my buddy Gabe for a long weekend, drive from the Twin Cities to my family's place near Sturgeon Lake, and spend 3 days walking river-bottom willow flats in hopes of tagging one of the heavy-bodied northern bucks that like to appear after Christmas. Minnesota's late muzzleloader season is famous for giving hunters one more crack at a big deer after rifle crowds fade and temperatures drop. Most years the landscape has settled into deep, powdery snow punctuated by silent sunsets so colorful they look painted. I had walked that country plenty of times with Dad and later alone. We had wood heat, a 4-wheel drive pickup, extra propane, a radio that reached state patrol, and enough groceries to feed an entire scout troop. What could go wrong? The short list included Gabe's relationship meltdown. He had argued with his girlfriend for weeks, little bitter phone wars that ended with her hanging up. Gabe insisted that a buddy-only hunting trip would clear his head, give her space, and maybe let him relax. I offered him the passenger seat and told him to pack 3 days' food, plenty of wool, and whatever smoke pole he trusted most. He brought everything plus an ill temper that left him silent behind the wheel for long stretches, pupils fixed on gray road, knuckles white where they clutched the steering wheel. I pretended to nap while he drove, watchful behind half-closed lids. A man stewing inside a conversation only he can hear sometimes drifts across the center line. We rolled into the driveway at the cabin a little past midnight. The sky pressed down like charcoal, not one star winked through that wool blanket. The thermometer on the porch read 14 degrees. I unlocked the door and shoved it with my shoulder until the swollen frame let go. Inside smelled of mouse nests, cedar paneling, and the faint sourness of well water. We dropped duffels in the spare bedroom, shook out the quilt, and talked about sunrise alarms. But I laid awake. A weight settled in my chest that had nothing to do with Gabe's girlfriend drama or the mortgage payment waiting back home. Something irrational kept tugging my attention toward the east window that overlooked the first fringe of state land. Finally I peeled back the curtain and stared into night. Beyond the yard light the birches stood chalk-pale, windless. Then, higher than any doe could rear, 2 dull yellow orbs glimmered between branches, eyes the size of egg yolks suspended way too high for a deer and far too wide apart for a man. The glow was not bright enough to outline a shape, but instinct said the head attached to those eyes would scrape any average ceiling. I blinked, rubbed my lashes, looked again. Empty darkness. Maybe I had caught distant house lights bouncing off ice. Maybe the mind invents mischief at 1 a.m. I closed the curtain, locked the window latch for no good reason, and finally slept. Dawn came late and brittle. I stoked the cast-iron stove, cranked the percolator, and clattered mugs until Gabe groaned awake. While he slogged toward caffeine I laid out our gear, wool bibs, blaze vests, neck gaiters, extra mittens, possibles bags fat with cleaning patches and pre-measured powder charges. My rifle was an old Night Wolverine I had tuned 2 seasons earlier. It lugged 295 grain power belts over 100 grains of 777 pellets. The drawback: 1 shot, slow reloads, and short follow-up range in thick cover. Gabe carried a CVA Optima, open-sighted but accurate. Each of us wore a sidearm loaded with hard-cast bear medicine, standard practice anywhere north of Hinckley. We hiked southeast toward Willow River, cutting sign as we went. Fresh powder recorded every pigeon-toed fox, every hare drag, every deliberate plod of a single late-season buck. For 30 minutes we waded thigh-deep drifts and felt our lungs warm. Then we reached the clearing, an oval meadow maybe 80 yards across, hemmed by tamarack and balsam. A little foot trail twisted through tag alder toward the river. I had always liked that spot because deer funnel from hardwood ridges down to the willows for browse. We pitched a pop-up blind low in the lee of spruce, brushed it with cut branches, and shoved a portable heater under the chairs. Smoke from our iron skillet breakfast still clung inside wool coats, yet deer often ignore faint camp odors in December. We settled, rifles resting over shooting sticks, the quiet stitching itself around us while the heater hissed. At first the day delivered textbook winter hunting. A doe with a late fawn materialized on the far edge of snow, head swinging at each puff of wind. We lifted binoculars, admired, and whispered about their odds of surviving until green up. Next trotted a young forkhorn, ribs still hidden below a healthy pelt, his posture cocky as though he believed he alone had survived rifle season. We passed him, too, agreeing that another year or 2 would stretch those antlers wider than ears. Then the woods went empty. More than an hour crawled by. The heater's 1-pound propane canister coughed its last breath, leaving only our layered clothes between marrow and creeping cold. Late afternoon light flattened the sky into pewter. That was when an odor slid through the blind's cracked window, sour, dead, rancid enough to sting sinuses. Gabe muttered that a gut-shot deer must be piled nearby, but I have smelled hundreds of carcasses, and rot alone cannot raise goose flesh the way that odor did. It carried pitch-black undertones, spoiled milk left in August sun, maybe, or wet dog rolled in entrails. We squinted through mesh. Something stepped from Tamarack's shadow and into the meadow 50 yards away. In shape it was undoubtedly cervid, long front legs, pronounced withers, a sloping rump. Yet its silhouette was wrong in too many places. The torso seemed stretched until hide clung like old parchment over jutting ribs. Hair sloughed in balding patches. One antler remained, snapped halfway up, the other nothing but a jagged burr. On normal whitetails, even winter-thin, musculature rounds hips and shoulders. This creature's joints popped against scar tissue skin, giving each step a broken puppet hitch. Its eyes looked sunken, impossible to see from that distance, yet I felt them anyway, as though the sockets tunneled straight into our hide canvas. Gabe's whisper rasped. That thing's sick. Chronic wasting or worse. We should put it down. I nodded but kept my muzzle low, waiting for a broadside angle. The deer lifted its muzzle, nostrils flaring. The woods held its inhale, even the heater ticked silent in cooling metal. Then it fixed our blind, staring as if we had shouted. A pang raced up my spine. I knew in that moment it recognized us not as hunters but as prey. Instead of quartering away, the deer advanced. Joints bent backward, legs too long, stride too smooth for a creature half-starved. It closed to 40 yards 30. Gabe raised his muzzle loader and thumbed the hammer. I hissed, wait, but his trigger already caved. Black powder thunder ballooned, white smoke filled the blind, stinging eyes, coating tongue with salted ash. When the haze cleared seconds later, the meadow looked empty. Except for blood. A dark pool steamed hot against crusted snow exactly where the deer had stood. Gabe swore. How'd it run? We argued about shot angles, whether he had pulled left, whether the slug merely grazed. The blood said otherwise. No mere graze splatters that much volume instantly. Standard ethics demanded waiting half an hour lest we bump a wounded animal. 30 minutes inside, a blind tattered with holes from stray sparks felt eternal. Finally we eased out, rifles loaded, tracking. The trail began crisp. Lung blood sprayed onto alder stems waist high, then petered into droplets, then stopped. Not tapered, not turned, stopped at the base of a maple. No exit tracks. No drag marks. Just bare trunk rising 12 feet before branches began. Puzzled, we circled, casting for sign. Instead we found bark raked by claws thicker than a man's thumb. Sap bled fresh, meaning the gouges were minutes old. Gabe swallowed. Bears denayed weeks ago. The overcast dimmed further, wind lifting fine snow into needles that pricked exposed skin. We decided the deer must have pivoted during our confusion. Somehow we missed the fork in its route. Going back to the meadow to reset our line meant walking the exact ground we had blood trailed, standard practice. Yet what we discovered there was worse than lost sign. Our blind lay shredded, nylon ribbons fluttering at stakes, support poles snapped like straws. The odor of rot saturated canvas remnants. That cloud of stench seemed almost oily. It clung inside nostrils until gag reflex threatened. Neither black bear nor wolf bothers dismantling a blind just for curiosity. Certainly not within 40 minutes of gunfire. Something had destroyed it in anger. Dusk now bled into tree lines. We gathered whatever gear wasn't torn and pointed ourselves toward the cabin. My finger whitened on my revolver's grip the entire hike. Not once did we speak. Snow absorbed footsteps into eerie softness. Somewhere to our right, thick timber amplified a low moaning wind until it shaped itself into half-heard syllables. I refused to interpret. The porch light never looked warmer. We clomped up the steps, then froze. The door hung ajar. We both knew I had locked it. The knob requires a special twist to engage. The entryway looked as though a tornado had tunneled through. Couch cushions gutted, gear bags emptied, lamps smashed, groceries scattered. Tracks would have helped us understand whether vandalism or animal, but the floor was cheap vinyl, scuffed smooth. Gabe cursed so softly it sounded like a prayer. I pushed inside, calling for intruders. The only answer was a single crash, bedroom bookshelf tipping as though nudged. We rushed in time to see nothing except a half-moon gouge scored across the pine panel next to the back window. That window stood wide open to darkness. Before Gabe could process, an ululating roar erupted beyond the yard, a scream layered with hoarse grisly timbre, but higher notes weaved through, almost human, like a woman wailing in mourning. And threaded inside those pitches was hunger. I felt it pulse against eardrums like bass at a concert. My pupils dilated until the cabin lights seemed distant. Gabe turned first, sprinted through front entry. I snatched keys, locked the door out of reflex, then realized anything that had opened windows could break pine boards like twigs. I followed. We dove into the truck cab, doors slamming in unison. Diesel growled, tires sprayed gravel. I pitched a glance out the passenger glass as acceleration pinned me. There, between porch and tree line, stood the silhouette. 8, no, 9 feet tall. One antler. Arms hung past knees. When headlights raked across it, the eyes reflected jaundiced gold. Gabe mashed throttle so hard the truck fishtailed. Neither of us breathed until Duluth city lights stained clouds orange an hour later. Weeks passed before either of us could speak the word, Wendigo, without tasting iron on our tongues. We read every case history, Ojibwe oral tradition describing spirits that howl through white pines, skin stretched over bones, insatiable no matter how much flesh they devour. Anthropologists gloss the myth as cautionary. Winter starvation drives humans to cannibalism. Thus storytellers invent a monster to warn against taboo. But I knew taboo alone did not tear blinds apart, or stand beneath second-floor windows peering inside. I wondered about the deer we spared, the doe with her fawn. I wondered if the creature had followed them, or if it had scented our breakfast bacon long before we took our seats. A single musket ball lodged in some unnatural torso had not slowed it. I wondered whether we had been the prey all along. Gabe never fixed things with his girlfriend. He moved west for a job and refuses northern vacations. I sold the cabin that spring. The buyer asked whether black mold explained mess inside pantry walls. I lied and said we must have left meat in the freezer during an outage. I kept the muzzleloader but replaced its open sights with a low-power optic. No more guessing in gloom. These days, when friends suggest late-season hunts, I pick farmland, anywhere with sight lines longer than 100 yards, anywhere roads wrap a grid and neighbors' porch lights dot section corners. On certain cloudy nights, though, I step onto my apartment balcony and look southeast toward those dark tamaracks where Willow River still snakes beneath ice. I think about something tall moving between trunks, patience vast as winter. When the wind slides down city streets carrying garbage odors, old meat, sour milk, I shiver inside a fleece jacket and imagine claws tapping pavement searching for tracks that lead all the way back to me. I never thought one short December night, meant only for a quick appearance at a classmate's Christmas party, would linger in my mind the way a nightmare does when the sun is already high in the sky. I was 18 that winter, halfway through my final year of high school, still living at home in a small mountain town 2 hours from the city. Most of my evenings were predictable: finish homework, message my two best friends, Derek and Mike, about video game strategies, and crawl into bed long before midnight. I had never been the type to chase popularity. The people who mattered to me were two boys everyone labeled outcasts, and they felt the same about me. We ate lunch together, swapped ghost stories after dark, and tried to stay unnoticed by the basketball players and cheerleaders who seemed, even from a distance, to inhabit another planet. The invitation came out of nowhere during fourth period study hall, 3 weeks before Christmas break. Hallie, yes, the Hallie everyone watched float down corridors like she owned the building, dropped into the chair beside mine, swinging her high ponytail and flashing a polite but distant smile. We had been lab partners in chemistry, so we were on speaking terms, but only on the surface. She had flawless hair, and the kind of eyes magazines call electric. And when she laughed in class, every boy within 10 feet checked his sneakers and sat a little taller. In my world, shy, awkward, second-hand clothes, I admired her like a painting I could never afford. Hallie tapped my binder with one French-tipped nail. "Hey, I'm having a party at my family's ranch on Saturday," she said. "You should come. Just drop in, say hi, grab some hot chocolate. Stay if you're having fun, or leave whenever." The ranch, she added, sat on a plateau halfway up Gunner's Peak, a winding 20-minute drive from town. The barn would be lit, music playing, nobody's parents around. "Please? It'd be nice to have another girl who actually knows a beaker from a beignet." She laughed at her own line. I tried to hide the flush creeping from my neck to my cheeks. Parties terrified me. Small talk with strangers drained me faster than sprinting the school track. And I knew exactly who would be at Hallie's ranch: varsity jocks flexing under seasonal sweaters, girls who shot TikToks of every sip of cider, people who never noticed whether I existed, except maybe Trent, the boy who turned teasing into a competitive sport. Even worse, if I went, I would have to face Trent near mistletoe. So I said the polite thing. Oh, thanks, but I'm not really the party type. Hallie pouted, but she wasn't done. At least think about it. It'll be fun. Bring your friends if you want. Derek and Mike, right? Her tone carried the faint edge of someone who didn't actually want them there but felt obligated to offer. After school, Derek cornered me at my locker. He already knew. Hallie's news traveled faster than announcements. Derek was tall, lanky, forever wearing a vintage denim jacket, and hopelessly smitten with Hallie. Ever since sophomore year, he had floated the idea that the most popular girl might look past her crowd and notice the sweet boy who quietly helped freshmen troubleshoot algebra. When he heard she'd spoken to me, he buzzed like a phone on silent. You have to go, he begged, clutching a dog-eared copy of Dune. We'll go as a trio. Half an hour. That's it. Mike echoed him in a lower, calmer voice, arms folded. Come on, we'll bail the second things get stupid. Peer pressure plus Derek's wide hazel eyes equals surrender. I told them we could make a brief appearance. No dancing, no beer, minimum social exposure. Derek grinned like he'd been handed VIP tickets. When Saturday arrived, I spent nearly an hour deciding what passed as party clothes, without straying too far from myself. I settled on black jeans, combat boots with dull silver buckles I'd polished for once, and a burgundy sweater my aunt had knitted. I braided my hair because straightening it felt like a lie. Then I drove Mom's aging Civic to collect Mike and Derek. The mountain road twisted through bare aspens and towering pines. Every switchback made my stomach tight. Elevation signs ticked upward. 2,000 feet, 3,000. We passed the last streetlight from town, and the sky spread wide with stars. By the time we saw the ranch gate, wooden posts strung with white Christmas bulbs, my nerves had whipped themselves into nausea. I pulled into a dirt lot already jammed with pickups and SUVs. Music thumped inside the converted barn. Colored lights flashed under the eaves. We stepped out, breath puffing in the icy air. Derek kept smoothing his jacket, practicing a grin I'd never seen on him, half cocky, half terrified. Mike shoved his hands in hoodie pockets, eyes narrowed like he was scanning for hidden traps. Inside, heat blasted our faces, space heaters lined the wall, and the sweet smell of hay mingled with peppermint. Hallie spotted us and swooped over, glitter eyeshadow catching the strobes. You came! She squealed, hugging me then air kissing Derek's cheek. I swear he levitated. She linked her arm through mine and introduced me to clusters of cheerleaders, debate team prodigies, visiting cousins. To my surprise, they greeted me with genuine warmth. I floated along, laughing too loudly, partly because the music forced everyone to shout and partly because some shy core of me felt shell-shocked by friendliness. The good mood lasted 20 minutes. It shattered the moment Trent swaggered through the barn doors wearing a Santa hat slanted sideways. Trent, 6'2", quarterback biceps, a crooked smile like he'd eaten everyone else's lunch and enjoyed it. He spotted me across the dance floor, lifted an imaginary glass as if to toast an old joke, then drifted my direction. I muttered, "Oh," to Derek, but Derek was too busy glancing after Hallie to notice. I tried to slip toward the cider table. Too late. So, Trent drawled behind my ear, too close. Still as bad as you thought? He smelled of cinnamon schnapps. His two wingmen lurked behind him, laughing. Not as bad, I said, edging sideways. I'm leaving now anyway. Which was true, the panic gauge had hit red. I'd done my 30 minutes. I needed breathing room. Really? Trent's smile widened. Seems like you're still here, though. He aimed the line at his buddies, who chuckled like it was the pinnacle of wit. I laughed in the flimsy, automatic way any introvert laughs when cornered, high pitch, no humor. Then I located Derek and Mike leaning against the stall door and dragged them out of the barn. Outside, cold slapped color back into my cheeks. Derek whined about leaving Hallie's party so soon. In compromise, I promised a night drive to admire town lights from the peak, then maybe we'd swing back. He brightened. We piled into the Civic. Derek called shotgun and dumped my small black handbag onto his lap. Mike squeezed behind him, clutching a half-eaten candy cane he'd swiped. I shouldered out a long exhale, almost safe. Keys, though. Derek, hand me my keys? He rummaged in the bag. The driver's side rear door clicked open. I flinched. Trent's silhouette slid into the seat behind me. So where are we going? He asked, tone breezy, as if we had invited him. I wanted to object. I was too tired. Or maybe some reckless part of me thought, if Trent rides along, maybe he'll witness how harmless we are and stop pestering us at school. I shrugged. Just driving. We pulled away, tires crunching gravel. The road climbed in tight coils along the ridge. Someone tuned the radio until fuzzy classic rock surfaced. For 10 minutes an odd thing happened. The four of us laughed. I forgot to be self-conscious. The mountain air streaming through open windows felt like fizzy soda in my veins. Even Trent cracked jokes that weren't at anyone's expense. We neared a scenic overlook, a safe shoulder carved from rock where tourists photograph sunrise. I was laughing too hard to keep steering steady, so I pulled over. We left the engine running, headlights off to savor starlight. Derek scrolled my phone, still shocked we had service. Hallie had texted a picture of a classmate being pushed into the ranch pool, caption, "Wish you were here." Mike cackled. "What do you see in that girl, man?" Derek blushed and launched into a dreamy list. Her smile, her hair, her smile again. Trent groaned in mock disgust. I giggled and tossed Derek's beanie at his head. A hush followed, gentle at first. Then a prickling silence. I felt it before I heard anything, that wait again, as if the earth paused mid-breath. From the darkness left of the car came a voice. "Derek! Help me!" Hallie's voice, unmistakable and wrong at the same time, flat, drained of real fear, as though someone pressed play on a tinny recording. We froze. My fingers cramped around the steering wheel. Something moved behind the tree line. A shape? A shifting patch of deeper black? Hard to tell. The voice repeated, same pitch, same emphasis. "Derek! Help me!" Mike's hand found the door handle. I hissed, "Wait!" Logic resurfaced. Hallie couldn't have arrived up here sooner than us. She'd have needed to exit the party within seconds of our departure, hike straight up a forest slope, and still beat our car. From the tree line, the third call began in Hallie's clear tone but ended warped, dropping several octaves into a guttural growl. "Derek! Help me!" I slammed the shifter into drive, mashed the gas. Everyone lurched back against seats. The Civic fishtailed, found traction, and surged uphill. "What the hell?" Derek shouted, shoving my shoulder. "Warn next time!" "That was your warning!" I yelled, breath trembling. "You heard it!" Trent practically climbed over his seat. "Didn't you see it?" He was near panic. "No." "What did you see?" I risked a glance in the rearview. His face glistened with sweat despite the cold. "It looked like Hallie," he said, voice cracking. "But wrong. Arms too long, shoulders twisted. Knees bent backward like a deer's but on a girl." "Yeah, that's what I saw," Derek blurted. "I didn't see it," Mike said. "But last time it spoke the words turned into a growl." "I heard that," I said. We tore along the ridge until my fingers unclenched. I looped down the mountain without discussing turning back. 10 minutes later we rolled into my driveway in town, headlights off so we wouldn't wake my parents. Inside my basement bedroom we sat in a row on the carpet, shoes still on, repeating details until they aligned. Trent's tough guy mask dissolved. He looked a child after nightmare. Mike retrieved a spare blanket and draped it over us like a fort. Sometime after 3 a.m. we collapsed into uneasy sleep. Morning brought clammy dread and questions. Hallie texted, "Everything okay?" I could have lied. Instead I typed a summary, weird voice, something in woods, we fled. I doubted she'd believe. She sent a string of shocked emojis. To verify, she cornered Trent online. He confirmed every point. Hallie didn't answer after that. Maybe she needed to forget. Days later Derek admitted he'd once encountered something similar on an off-road trail with Mike. Toddling History Edition, a figure mimicking someone they knew, arms too long. They'd never told me because I would have called them paranoid. We studied a map that overlooked sat near where old indigenous legends spoke of shapeshifters, spirits that stole voices to lure prey. Derek joked about skinwalkers, then apologized because it no longer felt funny. Why had the voice called his name specifically? Did it read his crush on Hallie? Did it pluck her image from his thoughts? Why did Mike and I only hear sound while Derek and Trent saw the body? Did certain minds open wider to trickery? Another puzzle. Cell service usually died halfway up the ridge. How had Hallie's photo reached my phone? Had something granted signal knowing we'd pause to look? Thinking about that still ices my spine. Trent's presence rattled me most. He mocked us daily, but that night insisted on tagging along. Coincidence? Or did something nudge him into the car so an unlikely witness could verify what we experienced? When gossip filtered through school, Trent never cracked jokes about it. He grew quiet. Stopped bullying my friends, at least to their faces. Watching him shove his hands deep in pockets whenever he walked past the library felt almost surreal, like the world had flipped polarity. We never returned to Hallie's ranch. She and Derek never became a couple, but she started nodding in hallways, a soft acknowledgement that reality sometimes bleeds beyond cliques. Mike wrote a folk rock song about December voices, recorded it in his garage. I couldn't listen without shaking. Christmas break came. Snow buried the ridge road. Whenever I drove that stretch in daylight, the forest looked innocent, frost sparkling on pine needles. But when dusk settled and shadows thickened, I kept my eyes locked on asphalt, refusing to let imagination resurrect limbs bending the wrong way between trunks. Some nights, though, I lie awake replaying every minute, the laughter, the stall in conversation, the monotone plea repeating, that final warped growl. I wonder what waited behind those trees, whether curiosity, our weak spot, would have lured us out if I'd worn different boots, if the engine had stalled, if Derek's crush outweighed fear. I no longer seek answers. The mountain keeps its secrets, and I keep mine. I have learned this: voices can lie. Night can wear a familiar face. And sometimes survival is nothing more heroic than rolling up the window, slamming the gas, and refusing to look back while the darkness tries on someone else's smile. My uncle's farm sat at the dead end of a dirt road that didn't even have a name on the county map. A place so quiet during the day you could hear corn silk rustle when the wind ran through a row, and so dark at night you could fool yourself into believing the rest of the world had winked out of existence. The nearest neighbor lived 3 miles away by crow, 6 by any drivable path, and the nearest town, just a collection of 2-story brick facades curling around a single streetlight, was almost an hour's ride if the weather hadn't turned the gravel lanes into ribbons of mud. Most days that isolation felt like a blessing. It was easy to imagine that the tiny farmhouse, propped up on concrete pier blocks and hugged by a sagging porch, was the only refuge on a wide green planet. Sunlight rose over soybean fields, thunderheads piled up in the afternoon like continents adrift, and cicadas rattled their metallic songs so loudly after supper the whole yard seemed to vibrate. But every so often, especially in the deep folds of evening, the same distance that kept us safe from nosy strangers reminded us how powerless we would be if something decided to trespass. I had learned that lesson 4 years earlier, the summer the gargoyles chased my cousin Jesse and me from the back acres. After that night my Uncle Cal, his full name was Calvin Grover Hunt but nobody used it, had quietly revised every habit he owned. He checked the locks twice before he let the screen door bang shut. He kept the 10 gauge across his knees when he sat in Grandad Freeman's rocking chair, puffing unfiltered cigarettes that glowed like coal embers and squinting into rows of pine. He walked the livestock pens at dawn and at dusk, a ritual as steady as the turning of gears inside a pocket watch. Whenever Jesse and I asked why, he would shrug and say only that a man had to keep an eye on what was his. That was as close to an explanation as he would come, even on the nights when floodlights snapped on, and we heard leathery wings buffet the tin roof of the machine shed. The older I grew, the more I understood that Cal's silence was a kind of shield. He had decided it was wiser for us not to know the full catalogue of things that moved beneath tree canopies when the moon was thin. In June of 2005 I returned to the farm for my usual early summer pilgrimage. I was 20 by then, lean from 2 semesters of college cafeteria fare and determined to prove I hadn't grown soft. Jesse was 16, half a head taller than he had been during the gargoyle incident, and strong enough to wrestle 50-pound feed sacks without breaking stride. The morning after I arrived we spent 6 hours cleaning the farrowing barn. Cal's best Yorkshire sow was due any day, and he wanted her quarters spotless. We stripped out the old straw, bleached the concrete, fitted new slats, and rigged an extra heat lamp so the newborns would have no excuse to chill. It felt good to work until sweat soaked through denim and the mind went quiet. The piglets came in the teeth of a thunderstorm. Lightning crackled over the ridge, blue-white arcs that made the rafters quiver, and the sow grunted in protest each time thunder barrel rolled overhead. I knelt in the straw, slippery with amniotic fluid, easing each squealing body toward the teat while Jessie kept a portable heater aimed on the litter. 12 pigs in total, pink skins already scrabbling for rank in the nursing queue. When dawn lifted through cloud gaps it revealed a row of needle-sharp teeth latched onto swollen udders like little parasitic pumps. The sight made me grin in spite of exhaustion. New life could still bloom under a tin roof that rattled like a war zone. Cal let Jessie and me sleep until noon, then woke us with fried potatoes and chicory coffee so strong it oiled the enamel of the mug. The 3 of us sat around the scarred oak table, passing hot sauce and trading jokes, until Cal glanced at the barometer nailed above the stove. The needle had slipped into a low-pressure trough. "Weather's fixing to break," he muttered, flicking ash into an empty can. "Storm fronts leave a hush behind 'em. Critters notice." He meant more than bobcats and coyotes. After living with him a decade I could read his footnotes. 2 calm days followed. The sun rose through gauze clouds, burned them away, and left pond blue sky. We repaired fence lines, whacked at ragweed along the ditch, and tested the generator. The only unsettling moment came when the cows refused to enter the back pasture closest to the creek. They would sniff the gate, sidestep, and circle until Cal gave up and started them toward the north lot. He said nothing, but that evening he moved his rocker from the west side of the porch to face south, the direction of the creek bend, and cleaned his 10-gauge twice. On the 3rd night the air shifted. Supper had finished, pork loin, biscuits, green beans and bacon drippings, all swallowed in comfortable silence. Jessie claimed the shower first, and I loosened my belt, leaning back to let my stomach catch up to my eyes. Cal kept the television tuned to a news station out of Memphis, volume low. Country music leaked from the transistor on the windowsill. Loretta Lynn lamenting love, then cut off with a whine when static drowned the signal. That was when I realized the cicadas had fallen mute. The sudden quiet pinned itself over my shoulders like a winter coat. My skin crawled without a breeze in the room. Cal thumbed the safety on his shotgun. He hadn't stood up yet, but he'd rested the barrels across one knee, muzzle angled toward the wood-framed screen. The set played an insurance commercial no one heard. I looked at him, tried to swallow the nervous laugh creeping up my throat, and said I might step outside for a cigarette. He flicked me a look the color of flint. "You can smoke in here tonight." Slow drag on the cigarette. "But you don't want to go out there." His voice made out their stretch until it sounded wider than the county line. The piglets should have been squealing for their late feeding. I could picture their snuffling noses and pulsing bellies. Not a single squeak carried through the open windows. I stood anyway, half defiance and half protective instinct, and lifted Cal's .30-30 from its pegs behind the door. The lever action felt steady in my palms, but dread squeezed my ribs. "I'm going to check the farrowing shed." Even to my ears the sentence came out shaky. Cal chuckled, the kind of dry sound someone makes when odds are already laid and nothing will change them. "Suit yourself, but the feeding can wait." The shape of his mouth tightened, not a smile. "Nothing out there but teeth tonight." I told myself I had faced down gargoyles once, surely I could shoo off a stray coyote or panther. The logic frayed the moment I stepped onto the porch. The floodlights snapped awake, throwing hard shadows across the yard, yet the beams looked swallowed by darkness. Fog had rolled in without warning, a sheet so dense even the satellite dish on the shed roof blurred. The air smelled wrong, sweet like fermenting fruit mixed with the musk of wet dog. I tapped a cigarette from its pack, but the match skittered against the box, useless. As I reached the bottom step, a howl spiraled through cotton air. Not coyote, not black-mouthed cur, not wolf. Too deep, too resonant, with a vibration that shook the hinges in my ears. It came from the direction of the hog pen. Before I could think, Jesse slammed the screen open behind me. His hair was wet, soap still tracking down his jaw. "Piglets?" he whispered, though the word carried farther than silence should have allowed. I nodded. We started together, boots sinking in damp dirt. Halfway to the pen I sensed weight moving behind the fog curtain. Fence posts creaked as something heavier than any man paced the wire. Jesse hissed my name, pointed. Through mist I saw a faint glow like coals smouldered under ash. 2 eyes level with my shoulders, though the creature crouched on all fours. It exhaled a growl so low frequency it buzzed in my molars. We froze. Cal's warning called back, "Leave it be, it'll go." But instinct wanted a clear path between danger and piglets. I raised the rifle. The shape eased forward, massive forepaws compressing weeds. Claws scraped wood. The fog thinned enough that I caught the profile of a muzzle longer than a German shepherd's, yet broader across the bridge. Triangular ears angled back against the skull ridge like molded steel. Hair, or fur, lay so tight against flanks it looked more like armored plates. Dinner saucer tracks, I thought, remembering post holes in the mud circled round the house 4 years prior. Gargoyles walked erect. This creature moved like a wolf, but the proportions were wrong. Its shoulders gyrated more like a big cat's. The smell of silage, blood, and damp limestone hit my sinuses. My stomach flipped. Jesse sucked in breath and took 1 half-step closer. That tiny motion shattered the standoff. The beast lunged sideways, slipping through a gap in the split-rail fence, faster than it should move on 2 legs, because in that flash I realized it had risen halfway upright while my eyes tracked it. The haunches lengthened, spine uncoiling until the top of its head cleared 8 feet. Hind feet slapped earth, kicking divots. It wheeled toward the pigpen gate. Inside the pen the York sow grunted battle-ready. Even in labor she had snapped at our hands. Her tusks glimmered in the work lamp glow. But the beast tore through the gate latch as though it were baling twine. Board shrieked. The sow bawled once, a sound crazed with maternal fury, then went silent. What followed was a series of wet thumps and a crunch like broom handles snapping. Shadows leapt across fog wall. I could not force my legs forward. The rifle clattered from my grip. Jesse hauled my sleeve. We retreated, stumbling across churned ground until porch steps rose like a cliff. Cal had planted himself in the doorway, shotgun braced, face washed bone white in hallway light. He jerked the muzzle upward when he saw us and said nothing, only shoved us inside with more strength than I'd assumed his 60-year body retained. He barred the door, backed away 3 paces, and flipped off the switch controlling floodlights. Darkness swallowed windows. House boards moaned under shifting weight. Then silence. No breathing, no scrape, only distant tree frogs restarting their choir as if someone turned up a radio. None of us slept. At sunrise fog clung waist-high, sluggish as spilled milk. We ventured out armed. The pig pen looked as though dynamite had kissed it. Planks lay scattered, half sunk in mud, wire mesh peeled back like sardine tin lid. The sow was in 3 pieces. Each piglet was gone. No blood splatter track toward the forest, just prints so large each held a puddle of water. They began at the gatepost and ended 15 yards away, at the edge of fog that still ribboned the tree line. Beyond that, nothing. I forced myself to catalog details. Digits splayed wide, for toes forward, dew claw gouges a thumb's length behind. The stride measured near 7 feet heel to heel. Even more unsettling, the trackway showed phases where front paws landed, then rear paws overlapped, and finally where prints became elongated as though the pads stretched while the creature pushed upright. No anatomical sketch in any wildlife guide explained that morphing gait. Cal squatted beside the deepest impression. He rested his fingertips inside its hollow, then wiped mud on Jean's thigh. "Weather'll erase these," he muttered, but his eyes never left Woods. Ruby emerged with coffee cups and stood over the gatepost, face unreadable. She murmured a prayer under her breath, syllables too old to guess their origin. After breakfast, Cal hitched the stock trailer and hauled the cattle to an out-of-state auction sooner than planned. He paid extra for a man to board our horses 20 miles away. The yard felt skeletal without animals rustling and blowing. 2 nights later, Ruby locked herself in the sewing room and hammered quilt boards across the window panes. Between 10-gauge blasts 4 years earlier and plywood now, the little farmhouse began to resemble a bunker. Days stretched. We repaired the hog pen only to leave it empty. No one wanted to invite another massacre. Jesse spent afternoons in the loft oiling the lever action, while I paced perimeter routes, shotgun over shoulder, though daylight had never been our enemy. My footfalls echoed inside my skull. Every so often I crouched, running a palm across dirt to reassure myself the only fresh prints belonged to tractor tires or my own boots. That dread compassed our thoughts the way heavy weather dominates local news cycles, always looming, siphoning attention from chores. Then at last the season pivoted. Bees returned to clover, swallows stitched loops above the eaves. We woke one morning to find storm windows quivering not from weight outside but from the drone of cicadas swelling daylight once more. Whatever intelligence guided the creature understood boundaries, at least while the sun reigned. Night still felt raw. Yet slowly we allowed ourselves to breathe. I never saw the wolf-shaped monster again. Cal must have glimpsed it once, because he built a new tool shed directly under the brightest halogen flood and lined its walls with horseshoe nails driven in points out. He never explained the purpose, but I suspected the structure served as decoy, bait to keep the thing prowling where he could watch barrel's length away. Jesse asked why we didn't alert wildlife authorities or call reporters. Cal told him men in suits would not crawl down muddy lanes for farmer tales. More truthfully, none of us wanted strangers stumbling into harm's mouth. 3 summers later, Cal died quietly at sunrise. Heart stopped as he lulled in Freeman's rocker, shotgun resting light as memory across his lap. Fog drifted from the creek that morning, curling around porch posts but never crossing threshold. The forest line stood bare of silhouettes, though I checked twice. Maybe the beast understood debts. Maybe it reverenced wards the old man had sunk around his house week after week. It never broke that invisible cord while we mourned. I inherited the 10-gauge in the farm journal, a leather ledger where Cal recorded rainfall, corn prices, and cryptic symbols that might map sightings. None of his marginalia mentions the night piglets vanished, or how many shells he loaded during lean moons. That secret ended with his last breath. Now I visit only in daylight, and I do not linger past the dinner bell. When the first violet tint slides across soybean leaves, I pack tools, close gates, and step onto the porch. I catch myself picturing huge paws pressing soft earth, dew claws leaving delicate commas. Sometimes the cicadas pause all at once, as if someone pressed mute. That hush lasts a heartbeat too. Then the rattling continues. I tell myself silence is only silence until we paint it with fear. Still, when darkness gathers, I check each latch, switch on the halogen floods, and lay the 10-gauge where Cal did, across my knees, barrels aimed at whatever prowls just beyond sight. I grew up in a speck of a town called St. John's, tucked into the wide, windy plains of northeastern Arizona. We locals shorten it to SJ, because even the name feels too long for a place so small. On every side of us, north, south, east, west, the land is mostly flat, dusty, and tan. Knee-high sagebrush and knee-high weeds are all that survive in soil that looks baked year-round. A few wind-worn cottonwoods lean over dry riverbeds where water might run during a quick summer storm but disappears by nightfall. When the wind whips across those plains, it roars through streets like a freight train no one can see. Even by rural standards, our town is tiny. From the southern welcome sign to the northern one is only 3 miles, and from the first east-west stop sign to the last is hardly a mile and a half. A slow driver could cross every street in under 10 minutes. All the buildings that matter sit inside that square. A county courthouse that doubles as city hall, a library built in the 1970s, 2 schools, a Circle K, a subway tucked into a tan block of storefronts, a Dollar General at the edge of town, 3 churches, and little else. Sholo, 45 miles away, has the nearest Walmart. Concho, 35 miles in the opposite direction, owns the closest McDonald's. If you break down on the highway, you learn fast that tow trucks charge by the mile. In St. John's you do not expect variety, you do not expect crowds, and you do not expect nightlife. All you expect is quiet. Quiet invites boredom, especially if you are 16 or 17 and armed with a newly laminated driver's license, a beat-up sedan that drinks gas like soda, and a head full of restlessness. When I was in high school, that restlessness turned into ritual. Every evening after homework, or after we pretended our homework was done, a handful of us would pile into whatever car had the most fuel. We would roll down the same cracked streets, windows lowered to feel the desert air even when it smelled of dust. We would drift past Circle K for a soda we did not need, loop past the county yard, coast by the park, turn around, do it again. Sometimes we parked in the lot behind the library because the sheriff never patrolled there, and we would talk about nothing until the wind grew cold. Then we would climb back into the car and start a new loop. In SJ, that was how we survived waking life. We drove nowhere. In the summer of 2019, our little crew consisted of 5 of us most nights. K, who owned an aging Honda with dented doors. A, whose laughter could cut through any silence. B, who had the best playlist. M, who carried a camera everywhere. H, who kept her cool even when the rest of us panicked. And me. On the night everything changed, only 4 of us, K, A, B, and I, were driving around. The others joined later. The sky was hiding half the stars behind thin clouds, and warm air carried the smell of sun-baked rubber and distant sage. About a week earlier, one of us had downloaded an app called Randonautica. You may have seen the name bounce through TikTok videos, especially the clips where users claimed they found a suitcase full of bones or drove into the middle of a gunfight. The app's creators insisted it is meant to spark curiosity, not fear. They designed it so you can feed it an intention, concentrate on that theme, and then receive a set of random coordinates within a radius you choose. The idea is that consciousness, your thoughts or emotions, somehow nudges the quantum randomizer and steers you toward a location that embodies or symbolizes your focus. It sounds like pseudoscience until you try it. Even then it still feels like pseudoscience, but it is compelling. We had already used it a few times to hunt for harmless things. Water, which led us to a neighbor's cracked bird bath, or purple, which pointed at a scrap of lilac ribbon tangled on a fence post. Mostly innocent coincidences, fun conversation starters, nothing more. That warm night we sat in my parked car under the single street lamp outside the post office, the only full-spectrum light for blocks. Moss spun around the bulb. My phone glowed in my lap. Kay stretched out his arms and said the last few runs had been too tame. He wanted something weird, something that would give us a chill. A agreed. B nodded while scrolling through news songs to cue. I hesitated. I had watched the same TikTok reels they had, kids finding nooses, shoes abandoned at the mouths of storm drains, odd shapes crouching at tree ling. I knew people sometimes manifested ugliness just by inviting it. But curiosity can shout louder than caution, and boredom shouts loudest of all. We started debating what kind of weird we would invite. Ghosts? Too obvious. Murder weapon? Too grim. Hidden money? Too selfish. Finally someone, maybe B, suggested aliens. We exchanged glances. In the desert sky, UFO sightings were almost common. The idea felt less bloody than ghosts and more thrilling than purple ribbons. I laughed nervously and said aliens would work because surely an app could not summon extraterrestrials. That made Alien the perfect theme, spooky enough to raise adrenaline but safe enough because none of us truly believed ET would step out behind a fence post. We agreed. We turned down the music. I told everyone to close their eyes, breathe slow, and think the same thoughts: extraterrestrial, alien, otherworldly, UFO lights, silver craft, little green men, tall gray figures, abductions, Roswell, the works. For a full minute I pictured the first time I saw a zigzagging light over the range road that vanished when my friend tried to take a photo. I pictured newspaper clippings about cattle mutilations, images of saucers shining searchlights across scrub. A vibration startled me. The phone pulsed to announce results. I opened my eyes into a silence so thick I could hear the lamp's ballast hum. On the screen a pair of purple numbers blinked. The coordinates landed just outside the southern edge of town, maybe 5 minutes away on the highway. We had driven that stretch 1,000 times, but never at night without reason. I copied the numbers into my Maps app, shook off lingering tension like dried sweat, and announced our target. I started the engine and let the lamp recede behind us. Our headlights tunneled through darkness past ranch-style houses that soon thinned into nothing but road shoulder and wooden fence posts. We crossed the tiny bridge over the dry riverbed, barely a trickle except after storms, and the highway bent southeast. Within seconds the last orange street lamp vanished in the rearview mirror, swallowed by the crowns of junipers. The windshield framed only 2 white lines of pavement, and a swirl of dust jets rising from tires. Map directions told me to turn onto a narrow dirt road that split away from the main highway. The sign read ranch access only, but we saw no chained gate, so I eased left and crept down rutted gravel until a cattle guard clanged under us. The headlights skimmed sagebrush on either side. I drove 50 yards farther before the map chimed. We had arrived. I let the car idle. I could have stopped in the center of the track, but the shoulders sloped into shallow ditches, so I angled near the smoother bank. Ahead, the dirt road continued toward faint silhouettes of structures maybe a quarter-mile away. A single security light glowed above one building, an oblong warehouse with corrugated tin walls, paint sun-bleached to charcoal. We gathered phones, kicked the doors open, and stepped onto loose rock. The moment my shoes met earth I felt the night press close, like wading into deep water. Without the car's dome light the darkness seemed to swallow our outlines. Crickets stopped chirping. Even the wind stilled, leaving only blood pumping in my ears. We spoke in low voices, giddy and uneasy, scanning the horizon for any sign of alien imagery, maybe a UFO mural, maybe a crashed satellite, maybe a novelty poster clipped to a fence. Nothing popped out except that lone vapor-yellow bulb over the warehouse. My eyes drifted upward, searching stars for moving lights, when Kay hissed beside me. He muttered the slowest, sharpest "What the fuck?" My breath caught. I followed his gaze to the space beneath the security lamp. A figure darted through the light cast on packed dirt. It was on all fours. No, its knuckles slapped ground first like a gorilla, but its limbs stretched twice as long. Skin looked grayish, almost translucent in the lamp glow, stretched taut over bones so thin each ridge showed. The head was bulbous, larger than any human cranium, crisscrossed with veins. Elbows jutted backward with spurs of bone like knives. It ran in a crouch but still towered. Its spine must have cleared 8 feet had it stood upright. In the fraction of a second before shadow swallowed it, I saw no eyes, only dark hollows where eyes should be. The scene lasted maybe 2 heartbeats. I sucked air and spun toward the car so fast my foot skated on gravel. My shoulder slammed the fender. Behind me Kay cursed, yelled, and A's voice cracked in a squeal. Instinct smothered thought. I lunged around the hood, yanked open the driver door, and jammed keys into ignition. Hands shook so badly they missed the slot once. I turned and shouted at empty space. "Get in now!" B dove through the rear passenger door. I clambered across seats. Kay, crazier than most, stood momentarily transfixed outside the open passenger door, eyes glued to the warehouse. He saw the creature flash under the lamp again, this time not across but toward the side where our car waited in darkness. That broke his paralysis. He slid into the seat, pulling the door half shut while yelling "Go, go, go." Gravel sprayed behind us as I jerked the wheel into a rough 3-point turn. Another glance showed nothing chasing, yet I stomped the gas. The car fishtailed once, then found grip and shot back toward the highway, headlights bouncing. Nobody spoke until pavement rolled beneath us and the first town lamppost emerged in the mirror. We parked at Circle K mostly out of habit. Its lot is the de facto gathering place for every bored teen. Under bright LEDs we tried to parse what happened. K described the head, big as a beach ball. A emphasized the elbow spikes. I mentioned the height. B admitted he barely glimpsed it but could not unhear the wet slap of its hands on dirt. I felt denial creeping in, but every time I replayed the image my stomach flipped. That could have been the end of the story. Rational people would drive home, lock doors, maybe toss the phone app in digital trash. Instead, in the logic only teenagers understand, we decided to push our luck. We convinced ourselves the app's next coordinates could not conjure the same monstrosity twice. People win the lottery once, not twice. We texted H and M to join us. They arrived curious but unfazed. In the safety of parking lot fluorescence, our narrative sounded ghost story unreal. M even teased K about exaggerating height. I climbed back behind the wheel. B reopened Randonautica. 6 of us now, we repeated the ritual. Close eyes, think alien, think spaceship, think otherworld. We focused harder this round, some part of us wanting proof as much as thrills. The app spat out coordinates farther south along the main highway, about 15 minutes outside town. The second trip felt different. We were no longer inside our safe bubble of skepticism. Part of me dreaded verification, part of me longed for it. We drove silent except for tires humming. When the phone chirped left turn, we found a widened shoulder where I could angle safely without ditch risk. No gravel road this time, just open pasture broken by clumps of knee-high shrubs. H and A volunteered to stay inside the locked car. They cited sensible reasons: watch for traffic, keep phone reception in case something happened. The rest of us squeezed between barbed strands sagging along fence posts and fanned into the field. Flashlights bobbed. Dirt turned to powder underfoot. Insects buzzed, then quieted as we passed. The map pin sat maybe half a mile ahead, halfway to the dry riverbed where mesquite would hide any moonlight. Every time we advanced 20 yards, the target dot slid deeper into blackness. At first we assumed GPS drift. Signal corrections often bounce coordinates around. But the displacement felt deliberate, outpacing our speed so that when we closed within 50 feet the pin leapt another 100. After the third shift my nerves sparked. I told the group the app was acting strange. M stood next to me, confirming on his phone the jump matched mine. No one suggested turning back. Pure momentum carried us. The view behind us fell into starless plain. The highway's faint rumble lingered, but headlights no longer reached our position. A chill breeze ran parallel to the ground, cold enough I felt sweat cool on my collarbone. Then A's name flashed on B's screen. She was calling. He answered on speaker. Her voice trembled. She asked if K was walking laps around the car trying to scare them. B glanced at K marching beside me and shook his head, though A couldn't see. He's out here, B said. All 4 of us are. K shouted into the mic to confirm. Silence on the line for 2 beats, then A's voice cracked. If none of us were near the car, who was trying the handles? H had locked doors right after we left, but now they had heard footsteps crunching gravel, seen a silhouette circle, and felt the chassis rock like someone pushing. They watched shadow movement through tinted glass yet couldn't make out features. At first they assumed it was K pranking because that was on brand for him. Now they were sure it wasn't. B assured them we were returning. My pulse sprinted. We pivoted and began a stumbling sprint, tripping over tufts in blind dark. The barbed fence felt miles away. Clouds parted enough to show a sliver of moon that painted the field chalk gray. I risked a glance backward. Between shrubs nothing moved but night itself. No glowing eyes, no towering form, just emptiness. Still we ran. K reached fence first, yanked upper wire high while pressing lower with a boot so B could slip through, then me, then M. I tore fabric on a barb, didn't feel it until later. We pounded along shoulder toward the car, which sat idling, headlights on high beams. Through windshield I saw behind the wheel, H clutching the phone. Before we closed distance A through doors open. We tumbled inside, gasping. K slammed passenger door. I hit the ignition and floored it. Dust spiraled as we spun a tire, then we were clawing asphalt toward town. Only once did I look in the mirror. The field behind us was pitch except one illogical detail. A patch of black darker than rest, vaguely man-shaped yet taller, standing where our headlights had been. Then the road bent left. It vanished. Under Circle K lamps again we traded accounts. H described steady footsteps, slow like someone pacing territory. She thought she glimpsed something crouched, but the tinted glass distorted shapes. They felt the car rock twice. No growl, no voice, just deliberate testing of door latches. M whispered maybe the creature from earlier tracked our group by sound or scent. K argued if it were the same thing, why stalk the car instead of tearing it apart like a tin can? No one answered. I drove loops around town until our pulses cooled. One by one I dropped friends home. At last I parked in my driveway, engine off, and listened. Crickets sang. The breeze returned warm instead of cold. But when some far dog barked, I jolted instinctively. That night inside my room I left blinds open expecting to watch starlight, yet every sound outside, branches rubbing siding, a trash can lid rattling, made me flinch. I pictured that elongated head, the bone spurs, the silence after rock crunch. I imagined a tall gray figure crouched under the tamarisk beyond our porch, waiting until lights dimmed. Sleep came in snatches full of half-dreams, doors rattling, handles twisting, heavy footsteps in gravel. Morning brought sun and rational thoughts. What if the first shape had been a sick cow or an elk stumbling under the lamp? What if the second incident was a transient looking for help? But memory argued back. Cows don't run on arms longer than their legs, and transients don't measure 9 feet tall. None of us opened Randonautica again that summer. We did not delete the app immediately, but the icon gathered dust until updates expired. Months later I read articles about how the developers intended users to explore with positive intentions, practicing mindfulness, not fear. I believe them. If you feed dread into the randomizer, maybe dread greets you in a field. Perhaps consciousness, or coincidence, grants what energy you spill into the world. We spilled curiosity tinged with horror, and horror answered. Even now, years later, driving those same stretches of highway, I sometimes see the warehouse lamp glowing in the distance. My chest tightens remembering the shadow that loped beneath it. The building remains shuttered. Locals say it stores farm equipment. No one mentions guard dogs or security patrols. If I pass after sunset, I accelerate. St. John's remains a tiny dot on maps, wind-blasted and half asleep, but I no longer call it boring. Somewhere on the outskirts, maybe beyond the riverbed, something tall with a veined head and elbow knives walks fields where crickets hush at its passing. It may not be alien in the Hollywood sense. It might be older than any star chart, as native to this plane as stone. Whatever it is, I respect its boundary. And when clouds blot stars on a warm summer night, I keep to pavement and let the silence have the fields. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I had just turned 21 when the winter of 2008 rolled into our corner of Pennsylvania. The cold arrived the way it always does out here, fast, sharp, and determined to make every breath sting. The day before Christmas a swirling snow squall had swept across the hills and dumped a blanket of powder that looked harmless but hid a layer of slick ice beneath it. By the time the sky cleared, the roads had frozen into ribbons of frost. Plows rumbled by at dawn, throwing salt and cinders, but the back lanes around our farm never see enough traffic to stay clear for long. Out there, if the wind blows across a field, snow slithers back over the asphalt like a living thing and hides the danger all over again. My girlfriend, let's call her Jay, knew how to handle winter roads. She'd grown up in the next county, learned to drive in the same conditions, and owned a well-worn Volkswagen Beetle that always started on the first turn of the key. Still, I worried when she said she wanted to visit during that stretch of icy weather. The farm sat at the end of a long L-shaped driveway that climbed a low, awkward rise beside our old wooden barn. If you knew where to aim your headlights, you could get up it without spinning out, but one wrong move meant sliding backward into a snowbank or straight into one of my father's trucks. Jay showed up in the late afternoon, her Beetle's hood and roof still dusted white. The cold air puffed out behind her like smoke as she stepped onto the porch. I met her at the door and gave her the kind of hug that squeezes warmth back into your arms. Behind her, her best friend, call her Kay, climbed out of the passenger seat. Kay and I usually got along well enough, but that evening part of me wished Jay had come alone. A couple of days earlier Kay had moved back in with her parents after a rough breakup, and she needed a place to clear her head. Jay figured a girls' night road trip would do them both some good. I tried to hide any disappointment and focus on what mattered. Jay was here. Inside, the visit turned out quiet. We played cards at the kitchen table, drank hot chocolate, watched snow whirl around the porch light until the wind exhausted itself. Sometime near 10 my mother called down the hallway that she was heading to bed. My father had already turned in, exhausted after a day hauling hay. Once the house settled, the three of us sat in the living room flicking channels, half watching a movie, half chatting. By midnight Jay stood, stretched, and said they had better head out before the snow refroze. I walked them to the front door, stepped onto the stoop under our one dim porch bulb, and kissed Jay goodnight. Kay waved, zipped her coat, and followed Jay down the steps to the Beetle. Its little engine clattered to life, headlights winked on, and the car eased down the driveway stem toward the main road. I shut the door, shivered, and trudged upstairs to my bedroom at the back of the house. Before I could even pull the chain on my ceiling lamp, my cell phone started buzzing on the desk. The screen showed Jay's number. I expected a sweet goodnight call, maybe some playful teasing, so I answered with a grin. Her voice exploded through the speaker, panicked sobs so sharp I thought the line had snapped. Kay's voice shrilled in the background, frantic. Jay gasped for breath, words pouring out in half-formed rushes. "Look out your window! Look at where your dad parks the trucks!" My room faced the driveway's bend where my dad kept 2 pickups on a concrete slab, protected on one side by the barn and on the other by the little hill that held my own car, a pale blue Pontiac. From my upstairs window I could see the whole arrangement. I dropped the blinds with 2 fingers, peering down into the dark. The moon hid behind clouds. The snow squall's remnants clung to the sky. No light except the faint orange halo of a yard lamp behind the barn. Jay fought to steady her voice. "When I hit the unlock button, the Beetle flashed, and something stood up next to your dad's truck. All black. It was crouching or hiding, and when the lights blinked it bolted downhill into the trees." She gulped. "It felt like it was watching us." I stepped back from the window, heart thudding. I was half-dressed for bed, flannel pants, no shirt or socks. Still, instinct took over. I flicked my bedroom light off, grabbed the rifle propped by my door, and hurried to my parents' room at the far end of the hallway. My knock was more like a pound. "Dad!" He must have already sensed the urgency because before I could get a second knock out he yanked the door open, bleary-eyed, wearing nothing but old Army-issue briefs. My mother sat up behind him, eyes wide. I thrust the phone at him on speaker so he heard Jay repeat her story. Less than a minute later Dad had thrown on mismatched socks, stuffed bare feet into snow boots, and handed me my great-grandfather's single-shot 12-gauge. It had 1 shell already tucked into the stock cuff. Dad grabbed his .38 revolver from the bedside lockbox, pocketed 2 spare speedloaders, and snatched the big handheld spotlight that waited by the hall closet each winter. He did not bother with pants or a shirt. We charged down the stairs, adrenaline overpowering the house's night chill. On the way out I kicked on the kitchen light long enough to jam my bare feet into an old pair of laceless work boots that stood by the mudroom, 3 sizes too big but better than frostbite. Dad yanked open the back door. The porch hissed with wind. We crossed the plank steps and crunched through crusty snow, our breath steaming. The rifle felt heavier than usual in my hands, though it weighed the same as always. Dad's spotlight beam cut an unwavering path ahead, scanning the fence line and the tree shadows beyond. we reached the bend of the driveway. My car rested on its patch above us. Snow still blanketed the Pontiac's hood. Beyond it the barn loomed like an ebon wall. Dad stopped, raised the light, and swept the concrete slab where his trucks sat. Nothing. Not even prints. He lowered the beam straight to the slope that descended into the small stand of hardwoods. I expected to see human boot tracks cutting through the fresh crust. Instead, the light bounced off 4 pairs of white discs, deer eyeshine reflecting. 4 does stood stiff, tails lifted in alarm, ears swiveling. They huffed clouds of steam. In the silent night, their footfalls crunching snow sounded like paper tearing. Dad exhaled and let the spotlight droop. Probably scared one of them. He muttered, more to reassure me than from conviction. My pulse slowed a degree. The explanation made sense. Jay saw a deer stand and spook, and in the dark its sudden rise looked like a crouched intruder. Dad cupped his hands to his mouth and hollered, a single sharp shout. The deer ghosted deeper into the trees. We tramped back to the house, our shoulders unclenching with each step. Inside we locked doors, set the guns back in their places, and this time I finished getting ready for bed. The next morning at 5 a.m. I woke before my alarm. I pulled on jeans, thermal layers, and boots, then pulled my coat from the hook by the door. Outside, dawn had only begun to brighten the clouds. I needed to warm the Pontiac's engine before the 30-minute commute to work. I pulled the door handle, and the dome light glimmered on yellow leather seats. I left the driver door cracked while I leaned in to twist the key. Headlights flared automatically, brilliant beams slicing across the barn wall. Something stepped away from the barn's shadow, and time snapped. A shape filled the cone of light, taller than any man, maybe 8 feet, thick shoulders hunched beneath a heavy hide jacket that didn't exist. So dark I could not see fur or cloth, just solid blackness pouring from head to ground, but its outline suggested a being built more like an upright gorilla than a person. The headlights picked no detail but illuminated emptiness where features should be. It wasn't just tall, it seemed to swallow the space around it. As my brain struggled to register what my eyes saw, the thing delivered a sound that didn't fit any animal I knew. A throaty shriek that vibrated my ribs, a scream winded with force. Instinct jerked my muscles. I slammed into the driver's seat, yanked the doors shut with a hollow thud, and jabbed the lock button. The Pontiac's engine barked when I mashed the gas pedal to the floor even though I hadn't shifted into gear. The thing took one enormous stride, maybe 2, and vanished beyond the light, into the trees where the does had fled. Branches snapped. Underbrush thrashed. Whatever it was made no attempt at stealth. I reversed, nearly trenching the tires in snow, straightened, and hurtled down the driveway. My pulse hammered so hard my vision tunneled. When I hit the main road, I forced myself to slow or risk fishtailing into the ditch. A mile later I pulled onto the shoulder near a mailbox and tried to catch my breath. My hands shook so fiercely I kept bumping the gear shifter. During lunch break I phoned my mother. She answered in the kitchen, the familiar echo clattering through her cell's tinny speaker. I described what I'd seen, or tried to. Words felt small beside that black shape's immensity. Mom listened in silence. Finally I asked if she would walk down near the barn, just to look for footprints. She sighed, pulled on boots, and stepped outside. I imagined her crossing the crunchy snow crust, scanning beneath the tree's skeleton arms. She returned after several minutes, breathing heavily. "The snow's melted weird," she said. The sun had warmed the surface enough that prints distorted into large ovals that made no sense. "Bigger than your dad's boots, bigger than yours. Too wide for a deer hoof. Just big wet splotches, almost round." My scalp prickled. I pressed, "Any smell?" She hesitated. "A faint skunk-like musk hung near the barn," she admitted. She dismissed it quickly. Maybe a real skunk had sprayed, maybe a decaying critter under the boards. I mumbled the name Floridians give to certain swamp legends, skunk ape, half as a joke, half to test whether she'd humor the idea. "I don't want to hear any more," she said. "I'm going inside." The call disconnected. Alone in the break room, plastic fork paused halfway to my mouth, I replayed everything. The crouched J and K thought they'd seen, the way the deer acted, the absence of human tracks, the inhuman scream. I remembered stories whispered by hunters who ventured into the Alleghenies and emerged swearing they'd heard a howl unlike coyote or wolf, describing silhouettes that walked like men but weren't men. I remembered the rotten egg odor sometimes mentioned in those tales. We were hundreds of miles from Florida's mangroves, but legends roam as freely as animals. For the rest of that winter, before dawn, I started my car from the kitchen window using an aftermarket fob, letting the Pontiac warm itself. If I smoked a cigarette before driving to work, I stood on the porch beneath the yard lamp, eyes scanning the tree line, ears tuned for crunching snow. Whenever the wind shifted, carrying a faint sour musk, the memory of that shriek knotted my stomach. I wondered how many mornings the thing had watched from shadow while I scraped frost from the windshield, oblivious. How many times it stood within 50 feet, hidden by darkness, breathing slow, silent breaths while I lit a cigarette and stared at the sky. I wondered why headlights spooked it when it could have reached me in 2 strides. Perhaps it only meant to observe, not harm. Or perhaps light revealed it too plainly, and secrecy mattered more than a human. Years have passed. My parents sold the farm, the barn stands empty, and the old trucks rust quietly on the concrete slab. But in early winter, when a snow squall blows in and night comes early, I still dream of headlights sweeping a wall of black boards and catching something that should not exist stepping into that glow. Too tall, too wide, eyes hidden beneath shadow, a scream slicing cold air open. In those dreams I never managed to slam the door fast enough.